universities of technology, TVET and CET colleges, together with progressive formations in labor, civil society, the public sector, the international community, and all others committed to justice and transformation, declare before our country and the world that we acknowledge the progress made in the post-schooling education and training sector in the democratic era. However, the doors of learning and of culture still remain closed to many. Despite the progress, the post-schooling education and training sector still reflects the fault lines of inequality, exclusion, and commercialization that our generation cannot prosper while education is treated as a private privilege and not a right. That only a democratic, accessible, and a developmental education system can secure for all our people the knowledge, skills, and the dignity promised by our Constitution and liberation heritage. Therefore, we, the students of South Africa, united in struggle and vision, proclaim before the world this student charter as a living framework for the total and fundamental transformation of the post-schooling education and training. We pledge ourselves to work hand in hand with all who share our mission, to spare neither strength nor courage until this vision is realized. Mandla! Mandla! Viva SASCO! Viva! Forward with the Students' Charter! Forward! Forward with the Students' Charter! Forward! Mandla! Thank you, comrades. Where's the Deputy President of SASCO, here's a man who is in charge of today's program, Missing in Action. Mandla! Mandla! Yeah.
Hariho setazadu. Setazadu. Hariho setazadu. Setazadu. Limpopo, I do fast, Limpopo, you are late, comrades. I do fast, Limpopo, comrades. Soksa, Soksa, Soksa. Amandla, Amandla. Amandla bakoni ba Limpopo amandla Soksa Ardule fast ntate, you are late. You've just arrived ntate, you've just arrived. Amandla Mandla, Soksa, Soksa, Soksa. You are the first one that is going to be processed in a disciplinary committee, my brother. Comrades, Soksa is the first one that is going to be processed in a disciplinary committee. On Monday, Soksa, there will be a National Executive Committee statement about your name. You must just pray, my brother. You are late. You can't hold us at ransom when you are late. Ahlale phansi, comrades. It will never happen, that thing. So Monday, expect a statement of the NEC, my brother. Thank you, President.
Mandla, Mandla, comrades, we are joined, comrades. With us, we have international guests who aren't guests per se because they are part of our struggle. Comrades, we have the president of SWAYOCO, we have a president of SWAYOCO with us, whom we expect, comrades, is going to share a message of solidarity when the time comes. President, Comrade Sakile, is with us here today, comrades. We welcome you here, President, because we expect to be empowered with an understanding of the struggles that are faced by the people of Eswatini. The struggle of the people of Swaziland, comrades, is our struggle. We expect to learn that not only we exist in South Africa, there happens to be a global village whose struggles are akin to ours, comrades. It's important that you learn and know who are the people that are here with us. Comrade Deputy President, you may continue with your meeting. Manta!
Thank you, comrades. Those comrades who have charged their phones there by the camera, you are requested to go take your phones. You are disturbing our live stream. Your phones are screaming, are crying, your phones are doing everything there. And some of your phones are playing videos that you don't want them to be televised there. So please, comrades, go take your phones. Secondly, comrades, there are cars outside that have parked where they are not supposed to be parked. If you are not going to remove your car, you will have to find your car having been taken somewhere else where, of course, you'll have to pay money. The DXR 997 with a Limpopo registration, you are requested to go move your car. DXR 997 Limpopo. The JN28PD, this one I know it, and they must take it out. JN28PD, Gauteng Province. These two cars, comrades, are requested that their owners need to ensure that they are being removed. Comrades, as in when we are continuing with our program, I'm going to move a little bit faster, comrades, because the issue of time is not with us. I know they will want to sing. Don't sing. Especially these ones of Etlanzini. Don't sing, comrades. Comrades, we're going to call upon the chairperson of SASCO Mpumalanga, that is Comrade Sia, to come forth to welcome us in his province. We don't know whether your dogs are within us or what's going to happen with us. Aye, Clive. Aye. Comrade Sia, Stella uze phambili. Clive, thank you. Sia, Stella uze phambili, bra. I'm moving with speed, comrades. There are comrades of ours who are our guests. They have to move because they have matters of national importance. Chairperson of SASCO Mpumalanga.
Amandla awethu, amandla awethu, amandla awethu, uzoyithola kanjani? Ungaye esikolweni, uzoyithola kanjani? Ungaye esikolweni. One sell out, one bullet, one sell out, one bullet. No, thank you, comrade. Allow me to take this opportunity to greet the leadership in front and stand in the protocol that has already been established. Comrade, like they have said, my name is Siyabonga Shabalala, the current provincial secretary, the current provincial chairperson of SASCO in Mpumalanga. Comrade, my task is very short, is to come and welcome you in the province of the rising sun and make sure that everyone is at home. It must not be a feeling, comrade, you must be at home. Yeah, feelings pass. Comrades, we have gathered here today not only because of our selfless love for the organization, but we have gathered here because of a clear understanding of the outcry of students in South Africa. Comrade, it has been a rumor, we have been discussing in corridors that curriculum must be transformed, but it continues to be rumors. That's why we have gathered here to make sure that we are putting a practical program of action to make sure how we deal with the issue of curriculum transformation. It can no longer be business as normal when we are being skilled to go and sit emandiyeni. Siyashiselwa. Comrades, we are gathered here because we understand the effect of the youth unemployment in the country, to say we are not willing to be a generation that is going to graduate to the streets. We are not willing to be a generation that is going to graduate and sit in corners in our community. Comrades, we are clear on the issue that all TVET sectors must be turned into construction sites. The infrastructure development in TVET sectors, it cannot be, comrades, that even to date, when you go to some TVET sectors, we are not even sure that you are in a preschool or a school. We want this same gathering today to make sure, that it takes a clear policy position in terms of our deployees, especially in the SRCs. We've been sold out for far too long. It can no longer be business as normal. Comrades, we have gathered here to make sure that there is unity of SASCO, and we are calling for the unity of SASCO, but we are not going to be fans of cosmetic unity. We are saying the unity that we are pushing for is not a unity that must be wiped by a towel, a unity of individual or convenience. Students of South Africa have suffered enough. President, as well welcoming you in the province of the rising sun and everyone, we are saying we are ready to fight, President. Lead us. They've told us that there's a 4.5 fee increment next year. Numbers are shrinking in institutions of higher learning. The intake is shrinking. It cannot be business as normal going to the next academic year, especially in the TVET sector. If we must postpone it by the whole year, let it be, President. We have nothing to lose. We are ready to fight. Lead us, President. Lead us, President. As you are welcome in the province of the rising sun, we are soldiers who are ready to take up arms and defend this revolution. Amandla awethu uzoyithola kanjani ungayi esikolweni?
Nyabonga, Chairman. Nyabonga, Chairman. A chairperson of SASCO in Mpumalanga. Comrades, I have a lost and found phone here. You know, I was thinking of confiscating this phone, but I can't, comrades. So, ngiyacela leadership, uzongibona ngaphandle. I will not show you in front of everyone. But you'll have to prove, of course, that this phone belongs to you. Amandla. Comrades, we are going to move now with speed so that we can respect our guests who have national matters that they have to go and rush to. Thank you, Chairperson. Comrades, the President have officially opened our National Policy Conference. It means our business has started. All that we have traveled from our different provinces, from our different branches, it's about to begin. So, comrades, we need to remind you that you are delegates. You are here, comrades, to ensure that the branch mandate that you have received, you are here and ensure that it can be heard in the conference. Comrades, we are moving on to the messages of support, messages of solidarity, comrades. I'm going to call upon, comrades, the Treasurer General, comrades, of the African National Congress Youth League, Comrade Zwelo, with that short revolutionary song, comrades, Comrade Zwelo will be coming forth. Clive, that is your time now. Let's stand up, comrades. Let's stand up and welcome Utiji, KZN, comrades of KZN, Western Cape. Asugumeni, my comrade.
Mandla, 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 awethu, viva Kosatu, Kosatu, viva, viva SASCO, viva, viva SACP, viva, viva Communist Party, viva. Viva ANC, viva! Long live ANC, long live! Viva Kosas, Kosas, viva! Long live Kosas, long live! Viva SASCO, viva! Viva SASCO, viva! Long live SASCO, long live! Long live SASCO, long live! Long live SASCO, long live. Long live SASCO, long live. Mandla. Long live ANC, you click, long live. Raw young lions, raw. Raw young lions, raw. Raw young lions, raw. Long live President Colin Malachi, long live. 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 Mandla. Awethu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy President of SASCO. On our way here, I was here to accompany the president of the ANC Youth League, Comrade President Colin Malachi. We slept at 4 a.m. because we were at a regional conference of the ANC in Johannesburg. And wonderful things happened there. There is a woman on top in Johannesburg. And we had to make a decision that one of us must make a U-turn on our way here. And the president made a U-turn and said, instead of accompanying him here, I must now come and say a few words on behalf of the African National Congress Youth League. Now, I requested the president and the deputy president that I speak first. I was not sure of the messages of support, who starts what, but I requested to be the first one, not out of respect, because I'm not going to proceed with the meeting to the end. And I want to apologize to you as delegates that the ANC Youth League will request to leave because we're having a National Working Committee and NEC meeting in Johannesburg tomorrow in the morning and afternoon in preparation for the 27th National Congress next week. So that is the apology, President. I'm forwarding to the policy conference on behalf of the ANC Youth League. Let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership of SASCO, the National Executive Committee, provinces, the Progressive Youth Alliance, the YCLSA here, led by the National Secretary. I see the leadership of COSAS, led by its president and other NEC members. I see leadership of South African Youth Council, the national chair. I also happen to be a leader of the Youth Council. I'm also tasked to be a treasurer general even there. So they trust me with resources of the country, especially young people. We greet everybody, particularly the delegates to this policy conference. I was very delighted that I'm not coming to a meeting where there is an intention to elect. Because when it's a Congress and people are contesting, or even if there's no contest, debates are on names and not on ideas. And the quality of debates tends to degenerate at most times. So I'm happy that SASCO is having a policy conference to reflect on policy and advance the struggles of students of this country, as it were. As the ANC Youth League, we say this is important because half the time we allocate to congresses, we sing there instead of dealing with issues. We sing for this or for that. And we spend less time debating and sharpening and tightening our policies to continue to advance the revolution. So I'm happy that you are here for the next 3 days to do that. And as the Youth League, we're proud that the students and the young intelligentsia of this country take their responsibility very seriously. So I led SASCO many years ago, President. The last time I was a leader of SASCO elected there in Gauteng. I think some of the delegates here were in primary. Yeah, I last led SASCO in 2011. And we've been in these student and youth struggles for years. That is why we have come out of age now. And we're going to hand over the organization properly next week. And we're saying you can't be a member of COSAS, SASCO, and not be a member of the ANC Youth League. And when you are above 18 and not be a member of the ANC. Because a leader of SASCO should be a leader in his community before he's even a leader on campus. The mistake, the greatest and gravest mistake you can make is to be a leader around ivory towers and forget to be a leader in your neighborhood, in your village, township, and suburb where you come from. That is the most important basic unit that produces revolutionaries. Because to love struggles of students, you must have first loved your neighbors and cared about their struggles before you could care about struggles of other people far from you. So we must encourage our leaders and members of SASCO to be members of these youth organizations. They must be members of the YCL. They must be members of all these progressive youth formations, because that's where you get sharpened and become better leaders of the future. The problems we have in the ANC, Comrade Tempe, it's because today we have people who graduate and lead the ANC having not gone through these structures. Because you can't rock up at the age of 52, sikhethe, but you have never led anything that is youth. The first thing that elects you is when you are 52 years. We are a danger to the revolution. Because at 52 years, your mind can't be untrained, can't be trained, can unlearn, can learn. It's basically that mind is on dogma, static, can't move. Now, we have a responsibility, President. We as the Youth League are saying the youth of this country must take over the ANC, must take over state power, must take over all key sites of power. Because most of the time, people, when you talk about power, they think of councillor, they think of MEC, they think of minister. That is not power. That is a parade. Real power, it's in the control of the means of production, the economy, and the state resources. President, I was saying the other day, I've never heard a young person interested to join the army who's a revolutionary, who's a member of the Youth League or any of the youth organizations or student organizations, who says, I want to be a soldier for South Africa. And me being a soldier, joining the SANDF, I want to advance revolutionary agenda through our security apparatus. I've never heard of that. And security is power. Today we have Madlanga Commission there. It exposes that Imidluembe have been in charge of our security for years. It tells you that criminals who have no revolutionary obligation, who have no revolutionary morality, have been in charge of securing me and yourselves. We're naked. Nobody has an interest in security. They know then the Youth League, I'm one of the few who has serious interest on security. I'm very interested in security. How do you operate a big organization, President, which has more than 700,000, but you don't have intelligence of your own organization? Intelligence is not gossip, by the way. Intelligence gathering. What are these people thinking? What is the attitude? What should we do? That is security. Now, my point is, we must be interested in everything that is power. We must not go to university, study, go to TVET to be employed. And that's it. That's why one of the programs, I believe, COSAS and SASCO and the Progressive Youth Alliance, it's career guidance. Yes, it's true, there's a crisis and a pandemic of unemployment. But if we can line up all the graduates, this thing of humanities is a problem. We can't be all having PA admin. We can't be all public managers. Where are artisans? Where are skilled people to advance this revolution? As the Youth League, we're calling for re-industrialization of the South African economy. The ANC government is beginning to speak towards that. If it's implemented, who is going to work in these factories and shop floors? Because Zwelo has a degree in journalism. Because President has a degree in HR. And 70% of us are in that field. Who is going to really be in the production activity of the South African economy? Who may have to import those skills after reindustrialization? I don't understand why you would University of Mpumalanga be interested to train public managers here, whereas the main economy of this province is tourism and agriculture and mining. Because what we must be talking about is economic corridors linked to the curriculum. If people of the Northern Cape are thriving on mining and energy production, that university and TVET must speak to that and produce people of that capability. You know, I want to make an example, President. Witwatersrand, which is called Wits University, was as a product of the discovery of gold in Johannesburg. The curriculum spoke to that and evolved as the economy of Gauteng and Johannesburg evolved. Why are these new universities not anchored on the basis of the economic productions of those provinces? What is the point of training HR managers? You will have an oversupply of HR. Who are you going to employ at HR when you yourself are not employed? Because HR deals with people who are employed. So what will be the HR matter if all of us are unemployed? To be resolved. So we must begin to fight for skills that speak to the economy, because young people are graduating, they even have multiple degrees. But all these multiple degrees are within humanities. So it's a really serious debate we must enter into, President. And it speaks to, because of our disadvantage as black people and young people. And we must be able, as SASCO, to advance that struggle, united as the Progressive Alliance. Now, there is a problem in this country of illegal foreign nationals. And every time this matter is raised, there is an issue of being alleged or attacked or aligned to be xenophobic. I know President, I know National Chair, National Secretary, and everybody else. We have traveled, I know the leadership has traveled to various conferences, international, for this and that. When you arrive at the airport of any country I've traveled in the world, you feel that you are not in South Africa. Even if they know that you are here for a conference, they will question you, process you accordingly, check your documentation. They will even ask, where are you sleeping? Where is confirmation of this hotel that you are saying you are going to sleep at? Here in South Africa, people enter as they wish. But I want us to discuss something about illegal foreign nationals, which nobody speaks about, President. Before I get to what do they do when they are inside South Africa? Because illegal foreign nationals, not all of them enter without being noticed or seen by our security. They are enabled by police and the army, some of them in the borders. And then you want to tell me that corruption is done by politicians. The biggest corrupt people in this country are public administrators that are employed in our government. Civil servants of this country are the most corrupt, because it's them who take bribes from these desperate illegal foreign nationals who want to come into the country and do various economic activities. Because they bribe them. There's no way a person can walk from Zimbabwe and get to Mbombela without security intervening. Those people are enabled. It's very far. There's no way. Even ourselves here in South Africa, we know that when we meet a police officer, you must unleash something in the pocket. I've never seen cool drink that is expensive like in South Africa. A beverage is expensive in South Africa because of corruption. And we take it lightly, but that is the biggest corruption, because these people enter in millions and disrupt the economy. And we start complaining and blame government. You want to blame Ramaphosa? Where is Ramaphosa when Ramaphosa has deployed soldiers through his Minister of Defense? When the Minister of Home Affairs has deployed BMA there to manage entry points and exits in this country. When the Minister of Police has deployed SAPS, where are politicians in this mix of corruption? So you're expecting the president to man-mark all these borders and these porous borders. That's the first discussion, that the problem in South Africa are the people who are your classmates today, in your desk there at university and wherever, school. Those are the future corrupt people. Because people who do corruption, it's administrators. And when they are here, these people, they sell fake alcohol, fake food that kills our people. Municipalities, through officials again, public servants, civil servants, they know that this Pakistan shop does not have the necessary papers. But nothing is done because every month there is something that this person is paying to survive. Now government said people must come and formalize all tuck shops and spaza shops. You know what happened? Black people in our communities are fronting for foreign illegal nationals. For mere rent, because they are occupying your garage to sell whatever they are selling in that spaza shop. President, now they've taken over even liquor outlets. The Chinese, they're selling fake alcohol. In fact, it's not imported, that fake alcohol. It's produced here in the country. They've arrested another one now in Gqeberha, I think this week, with a production plant of alcohol. That's why you sleep the whole day after drinking. The papalas is too much. It's not 40% alcohol. It's mbamba. If you think Nyawufe is killing our youth, this fake alcohol will finish all of us. Young people these days, they just wake up, they say, I'm having a pain here, 3 days later they are dead. It's these things of fake alcohol. But there's no study to it. That's why nobody has confirmed that this death is aligned to fake alcohol. Because it kills organs in your body. Now, when we speak about illegal foreign nationals, comrades, it's a security matter. It's an economic matter. It's not a political matter. A political matter, comrades, economy and security, it's above party politics.
Oliver Tambo, 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 Tambo, Usibambu ngasiyeke, Oliver Tambo, Usibambu ngasiyeke.
And there will be nothing you can do because they will be nationalized by the corruption that I'm talking about at Home Affairs and everywhere else. And there will be nothing you will do. That person will be on ballot. And these days in South Africa, it's easy to form a political party. I'm told Floyd is struggling to fill a hall there in Soweto today. He said he's going to start at 2. He's saying starting at 7. Before I took podium here, I think they're shifting again to 9. And the hall is smaller than this, President. It's difficult, this thing. So, in South Africa, the danger about these many political parties is that they are decentralizing the majority vote. Because it's not ANC language to speak about black votes, President. There's nothing like black vote, because these days people of the ANC have adopted songs and things that used to be done by PAC, and I don't know why they do that. There's a new foreign, I once called to order one leader, says, in the meeting of the Youth League, one settler, one bullet. You don't do that. Because people died with those slogans when they were attacked. President of SASCO here spoke about the Freedom Charter. That was the rupture which led to the formation of the PAC. Now, during Fees Must Fall, there was a song, which I can't sing, but in Nkosi Sikelel. It's not our song, that Nkosi Sikelel version, that other one. It's not a song of the movement. And I saw people of SASCO, they loved it, they used to sing it. And it was sang in one meeting of the Youth League. It's just that I was not given an opportunity to address that meeting. I was going to call them to order. Those are not songs of the movement. And if you erode that culture and songs, because songs are a tradition, they have a meaning. So, when you sing wrong songs, they will be transcended to generations, and the original songs of our movement will not be sung and will no longer be known. So, organizations are built on traditions and culture. That is why when we are a leader of the Youth League, there's certain traditions and culture you can't avoid. Yeah, and in the Youth League, it would be very difficult not to portray certain characters and behavior and association. Because the discussion in the Youth League, President, is clear. Economic freedom in our lifetime. Now, not later. And the discussion of economic freedom is a translation of the successive generation of the 44s who said freedom now, not later. We've achieved freedom. That's why we're gathering like this. There are no police harassing us. But we don't have money. We're unemployed. We don't have proper sanitation. We don't have proper infrastructure and roofs over our head. We're not economically liberated. Because a person who's not economically liberated is a danger to the revolution, President. This current revolution requires you to have some standing economically. You know, when you don't have money, you are permanently window shopping life. You are permanently window shopping life. Because you can't afford anything. Do you think if you can't afford anything, you are permanently window shopping, can you be able to advance a revolution? Because even if you attempt to advance a revolution, anybody who can trick you to anything that is resourceful and bend your ideas to selling out, you will sell out. Even if you can be armed, theoretical, liberate, usai spot document, strategic perspective on transformation, there has that document. Now, between tasks we unpack, we but are you ready to defend the revolution when presented with the opportunity to sell it out for economic benefit? That is the question you must always ask yourself. If they can say to you, here's a job offer, sell out SASCO at the university there. But I'm funding the administration campus. Was a wholly 40,000. You are probably the first person in your family to earn 40,000. And when they tell you about 40,000, you already see a GTI. You are saying that girlfriend who used to undermine me, I'm coming for her. Then you take a sellout position because of your dignity is compromised. Because even women don't want to listen to you if you are unemployed. That's why on campus, the best is reserved for SRC. Because at least there's more, what is that thing? Honorarium, what is that thing? Is it still there? Yeah, and they would hire cars. So that bit of luxury for that term of office is what could tilt the balance of forces on the issue of the other gender. Now, all I'm saying is that there is no way we will be respected, comrades, if we don't properly liberate the youth of South Africa from the bondages of poverty and unemployment. You know, leaders, I'm saying we all see television. I was seeing Donald Trump yesterday parading African leaders like they are clowns in some peace deal of DRC, Rwanda, and all of that. But the demeanor in which he's addressing them, they are presidents of their respective countries. But because of economic power and security power, which I spoke about, you could see that those presidents, if they can be told to go under the tables, they can go quickly. Because the person who's addressing them has economic freedom and is liberated and is even donating to them. That is why Trump, whenever he's angry at us, he says he's going to close US aid. It's just like your parents, when they're angry at you, they say, no, you won't get money for your allowance. So you are always going to be managed with resources. That's why people who steal our organizations, they use money. Because they know that there is a problem of unemployment and poverty in this country. And the people who are normally delegates are vulnerable because I would not blame a delegate president. For 3 days you are here, at home you know there is a problem of probably having no meal the whole day. We are at Congress, they provide you with breakfast, lunch, dinner, accommodation, and then there is somebody. You sleep in a luxurious hotel for 3 days. Then there's somebody, president, on top of all of that, who says, here is 3,000, but vote for me for additional. And another one comes, says, here's another 3, vote for me to be a deputy chair. And all of that. In that 3 days, how many 3,000 do you think that delegate will receive? Now, that is why the ANC is now proposing that to avoid the massive buying of delegates, which compromises the legitimacy of many conferences, let's have 1 member, 1 vote. Uhleli pha village nu vote uthi mina for president of South Africa, I want so and so. So that our members, if the ANC says it has 1 million members, if we want you as president, come of the ANC, you must be voted by over 500,000 people of the ANC. And I don't think even if you have billions and resources, you can be able to capture 500,000 people and buy them. But it's a debate we must continue to have. I think as we go to the NGC of the ANC this week, those are some of the discussions we must have in trying to renew the African National Congress. Because I'm worried about you, comrades. Throughout my youth years, I led when the ANC has been in power, except the last few years now of GNU. Comrades, I'm leading an organization that has provinces already and regions now in the context of KwaZulu-Natal, a province in the context of Western Cape. it's difficult to conduct a revolution outside state power. It's difficult. And the signs are there that it's indeed difficult. We're going to an NGC. Since the history of the ANC, this is the smallest NGC to have. NGC used to have 5,000 delegates and so forth. Today, this week, we're going to an NGC of 1,200 delegates. It speaks to something. In KwaZulu-Natal, there are regions of the ANC that can't organize, can't pay for rent of a regional office. The organization can be liquidated outside state power. This machine was not built to be in the opposition. And as this thing is not for backbenchers who make noise without transforming directly to the state. And all of you, when I look at you, none of you has a mindset. At least SASCO comrades are used to losing a bit. They lose this year, win the other year. So they have propensity of stomaching defeat. But people of the ANC are struggling. That's why most of them, post-power, they go to other parties and try to be adventurous because they never went through genuine struggles, like I was saying. Because if you started in COSAS, SASCO, Youth League, I don't think at the age of 45 you can make a conscious decision to leave the ANC. The only person who did that is Zuma. And Zuma is clear why he did that, comrades. The man loves money above everything else. There's no conscience there, there's no revolution, it's money. How do you go to Morocco? Morocco. That man, all his life in the movement, told us that Morocco is the enemy. The people of are the correct, their struggle is correct. Today he goes take money of Morocco. Sells his own family to be mercenaries in a war, to be the first people to be shot at. That is not a comrade, that is not a revolutionary. That's a thug. And it is very clear that the man was distracting the ANC deliberately. He disbanded the Youth League. And that was the deliberate move to weaken the army of the youth of South Africa. And I'm happy to report, President, that since we have been elected, we've tried to rebuild the army of young people in this country. We have conducted, I can say 90% of regional conferences of the Youth League throughout South Africa. In fact, it is only the Western Cape that had not gone to Congress. And it is due to the issues I was raising. Out of 53 regions, I think we did almost 47. And none of them were chaotic. There was no flying of chairs. At least your deputy president attended one, he was elected. The president of COSAS attended one, he was elected. Who else? Some are here. They were touched by the hand of the Youth League. Now I'm saying, you comrades must defend the ANC Youth League because that is the only vehicle that is going to produce future leaders of the ANC. Anybody who does not come from SASCO, COSAS, and all these progressive youth alliance structures, you must treat them as umdlwembe. You can't arrive in the revolution at the age of 45. Where were you? What were you doing? Bustheng sapi all along. Because there's no way your activism can start after 35 years. What were you doing to our people? And the only way to defend that legacy is for you to join all these organizations at once, so that we are able to know each other and build an intergenerational mission to continue to advance the program of economic freedom in our lifetime. So comrades, that is the program we're saying. We're inviting you, comrades, to support us as we continue to pursue economic freedom now and not later. And we're saying to you, President, we have listened to the pledge, the charter, the student charter, and I'm confident that the National Congress of the Youth League will adopt and support the student charter, because it speaks to issues of young people. And it has key revolutionary elements as it relates to transformation of the education system in this country and the continent and the world. We are saying, comrades, we are going to go to a very peaceful 27th National Congress in Limpopo. Very peaceful. There will be no flying of chairs. There will be peace and stability. Security has confirmed that we will be safe. So don't worry, President. You can leave your security and arrive. I will host you properly, like I always host you, whenever you bring your delegation to Youth League programs. I already have a room for you, accommodation, everything is there, because we want to deliver a nice and credible Congress. And I'm told that the issue of leadership, there's no contest even there, because at least the only issue I know is that all provinces have pronounced of the Youth League that they support the leadership of President Colin Malachi and Secretary General Comrade Tsakane and the entire collective. Now we're saying to you, comrades of SASCO, it may seem like you may discuss after the 6th official, but those provinces, I'm told they're closing quickly even on those issues, because there's a unity of the organization. And I can tell you, comrades, it is very painful and difficult to build unity. It requires people who are honest to the revolution and the cause. And I invite you, President, as you prepare for your Congress, emulate the Youth League. Don't allow people to contest for no reason here. Because one of these good days, when people want to contest being many, we must call them on the side. But most Bogawena, you really think you can be a chair? Without inviting other people, just in private. Because we must tell each other as comrades the truth. Sitizwelo, Maram Chan, we are born, man, capacity yako, right pago treasure. We are born and do a treasure, you are corner. Yega leo deputy secretary. Yega leo chairperson. That's comradeship. But what is not comradeship is to go to Facebook and write about people. But if I call Kamche and tell him that I don't think he will be make a good chairperson, there's nothing wrong. It means I'm a comrade. And I'm briefing my other comrade that in as far as I've interacted with him in the organization, he will not make a good chair. He may make a good secretary based on the skills that he has disposed and displayed in the organization. But if I go to Facebook and say, no, this one has no capacity, then I'm not a comrade. Because, you know, I always tell people, lastly, it's only ANC people and PYA people who insult each other on Facebook. Yeah? MK people and all these ones of EFF, they've got proper discipline. They fight, they've got factions. But they are not displayed on social media. On social media, we discuss ANC factions, Youth League, PYA factions. It's us. I don't know where we got this tendency of putting our issues to the public. That thing of social media must just be to posting our issues, posting our girlfriends, posting politics, this and that. We can't discuss internal matters. comrades have no shame. They even go live when it's a closed session in our meetings. They go live. Because they want to embarrass other comrades. So those are things we must call upon at an early age to stop. Because if we don't call them to order, they become a tendency and later a culture and can be reversed in the organization. There are people who think Facebook is part of the program of the organization. There are people who believe that, really. They actually operate and analyze politics through Facebook. In fact, they know politics through the lens of Facebook. And they expect us to take them seriously as it relates to organization. So, Deputy President, we wish you a very successful, deliberating discussion, national policy conference. Like we would have said, we would have loved to stay and make further contributions, but the task at hand, it's a lot. It requires us to go and make our work as we prepare the 27th National Congress. We wish you well, comrades. We love you. Let's meet in Limpopo, those who will be in Limpopo. Amanda! Wait, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Treasurer General of the ANC Youth League. Oh, comrade. Aye, comrades. Yo. Provincial chairs and secretaries. What's happening, comrades? Provincial chairs and secretaries. Regional chairs and secretaries. What's happening, comrades? I see Mpumalanga has left the place. No, I see the empty chairs. Empty chairs are telling me, Fesega. I see KwaZulu-Natal, comrades. I see empty chairs. What are those empty chairs, comrades? It's Western Cape. Aye, comrades. Aye. Soksa. I see empty chairs by Limpopo, my brother. What is the province that is sitting there, comrades? Provincial chairs and secretaries, if you are Tulega, comrades, we can decide about your future now in this conference. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, comrades. Those seats, comrades, those seats, we can't allow that. Number 2, comrades, it is highly out of order when we have a speaker on the podium. Comrades are moving up and down as if like there's no seats. It will never be allowed in this conference. When there's a speaker on the podium, provincial chairs and secretaries, when there's a speaker on the podium, no one must stand up because it's a sign of ill-discipline. You are saying, I do not want to listen to what you are saying. And Tina as SASCO, comrades, we are the intellectual hub. We believe in engagement. We believe in the battle of ideas. We believe to listening to one another so that we can critique or compliment what you are saying. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I think it's in Mpumalanga, number 1. I think when I Free State, Lapaya. Where is Free State? Where is Western Cape? Where is Eastern Cape? You are West, Nina. I'm going to discipline you because you are the province of president. My disciplinary committee must start with Eastern Cape. I'm going to allow you 2 minutes for those chairs to be filled, comrades. You can't have a province of a president misbehaving in our Congress. President.
No, thank you very much, TP. Comrades, by the way, I need to correct this. Look, first things first, comrades, we are joined by another international guest. Again, comrades from Swaziland. We have Mbombela, the president of SNAS, with us, Comrade Kabisile. It might happen that you might be inspired in future to have a female president of SASCO. It is for this reason that I will just ask Comrade Kabisile so that you know her very well. You get to see her very well. Just to wave and greet comrades for us. Yeah, just on a parting shot, comrades, I think that the people who might have departed, because it's Eastern Cape that I'm looking at, where there was never gaps in between. But now there are gaps. It would be good that the provincial secretary and chair of Eastern Cape fix that. Second to it, comrades, is that, Comrade DP, because the other unfortunate situation we are experiencing as this generation of activists, leaders, and members of the organization is that COVID-19 impacted us a lot, and now there was no, transitioning, proper transitioning of organizational culture. Ukamcha is not a president of Eastern Cape. You get it? Kamcha, because I am raising this thing because I was accused at some point. I was Secretary General. There might have been provinces who accused that building up to a national congress, the Secretary General played his hand to reduce, delegation of that and the other. I think at least now it's somewhat out of observation that such a thing doesn't exist. If we are looking in this plenary, but we're still going to get the credentials, so that you get to see which province has high attendance in this plenary, which province has high. So that is to dispel the notion that the national leadership of SASCO is a representation of a federal structure, a pocket deposits from provinces and regions. You are going to take this to your provinces and say, Tshwane is a region of the provincial secretary. Tshwane is a regional. It doesn't work like that, comrades. You have the national leadership of SASCO collectively right in front of you, and we all have the right to call each other into order or out of order. And what is being done by the delegates there, I saw the en masse departure. Saw it, I observed it. I'm not sure whether they are chasing Comrade Zwelo for a photo op or what's happening. But something just made these comrades to realize that they need to exit, as the Youth League Treasurer General is exiting. That is out of order. We still do not have Gauteng, for instance, here. We still do not have, that is out of order as well. Highly out of order. It doesn't work like that. So, comrades, we are in a national policy conference. We are an organization that believes in non-racialism. You know what that means? It also translates to non-provincialism, non-regionalism, non-tribalism. We are one because we are the children of the 1991 movement of the Rhodes University outcome. So, comrades, that must be understood clearly. Deputy President may continue.
Thank you very much. Comrades at the door, you can allow those comrades to come in. Comrades, this door must never be used, this one. Because it is right behind a speaker. So it has a chance of disturbing comrades who are going to speak. Comrade Kate, Can you kindly go out with someone and find out these comrades that went outside, what is happening with them? I'm really worried. Comrade Mangi, ngiyacela DSG, please, my leader, can we please find out what's happening outside? Perhaps we might be in danger. Comrades, thank you for your wisdom, Comrade President, as you are the political guidance of this gigantic organization. Comrades, I'm going to call upon the stage. We're going to pause singing for now, comrades, so that we can engage into messages of solidarity. Some of you call it messages of support. I don't know, President, perhaps we must place this on plenary. What if someone is coming here but doesn't support this policy conference? I don't know who came up with the name and messages of support. What if I do not support Comrade NS? But I'm going to speak, or maybe speak on behalf of a PYA structure. What if you don't support the policy position of SASCO? So, hence we must be careful on naming things. President, I agree with you 200%. However, President, I don't believe that NEC members do not have a branch membership. Maybe perhaps an NEC member must have a branch membership. But it's fine, President. We'll take it to commissions because yours is in Gauteng. But Comrade President is a product of Eastern Cape because most of his time, he learned a number of things about leadership from the Eastern Cape. He's the former PS of the Eastern Cape, by the way. But it's fine, comrades. It's a debate in the commissions. We shall take it to commissions. Comrades, the president of a black and white army is going to come to the stage. Comrade President Kamugelo, please come to the stage and address us on behalf of COSAS. Thank you very much, President.
Amandla, awethu, oleva, wetambo, thina siqoshiwe ekhaya. Oleva, wetambo, thina siqoshiwe ekhaya. Oleva, ololo. Oleva, ololo. Oleva, wetambo, thina siqoshiwe ekhaya. Oleva, wetambo, thina siqoshiwe ekhaya. Oleva, ololo. Oleva, ololo. Amandla, awethu, yenze malendlela. Yenze malendlela. Sizozabala. Tambo, sizozabala. Yenze malendlela. Enameva, asaba. Yenze malendlela. Mandla, awethu, long live SASCO, long live. Long live SASCO, long live.
Comrades, all provincial chairs and secretaries, please meet our first DSG, Comrade Mangi, there by the door. there's something of importance that he has to discuss. Provincial chairs and secretaries. Continue, President. My apologies.
Thanks, President. Mandla, awethu, viva Kosas, 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 viva! Viva Kosas, 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 viva! Viva SASCO, 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 viva! Uzoyithola kanjani? Ungayi esikolweni. One learner, one laptop, one learner, one laptop, one bullet, one sellout, one bullet, one sellout, one round, one condom, one round, one condom. No, thank you very much, comrades. My name is Kamohelo Nkosi. I'm the President General of COSAS. Comrades, I'm going to be very short, like the miniskirt that covers essentials. To the President of SASCO, greetings to you, President. The Deputy President, Comrade Pasika Mulete, the Secretary General of SASCO, Comrade Admission, and the entire collective of SASCO. I extend my revolutionary greetings on behalf of the entire membership and leadership of Congress of South African Students to this pivotal national policy conference of SASCO. This national policy conference is not merely a meeting, but rather a vital platform of inspiration and a renewal, charting and progressive path post-school education and training sector on behalf of COSAS. I believe that discussion here will be abundantly serve as a crucial compass, not only for SASCO, but for the mass democratic movement. These policies that are yet to be discussed in this national policy conference on how SASCO will champion increased public investment in research and development within higher education institutions, focusing on areas that address national priorities such as climate change, energy security, and disease burden. SASCO remains a crucial non-negotiable pillar of mass democratic movement, and this policy conference must reaffirm the commitment to the unity of progressive forces. The struggle you wage on campus directly contribute to the broader goals of national liberation, socio-economic equality, and the realization of democratic revolution, the NDR. Comrades, we are the youth that must defend the ANC, comrades. It can't be that at this stage the ANC on its 40%. We are the youth that is ignorant on the issues of the ANC. But we are saying, as some people, we are not going to defend the ANC that has criminals inside. We are not going to defend the ANC that has been hijacked by people who don't know where the ANC is coming from. We are young people. We know what to do in this politics, comrades. No one is going to tell us what to do in politics, comrades. And we are not going to listen to anyone who come to us to tell us what to do. We are young people who must defend the ANC. Because leaders of the ANC, all of them, they have allegations. All of them, they are thugs. They must leave, then we enter as young people. Comrades, we can see on what's happening now in the country. There's these things of Matlango Commission, there's these things of Ad hoc Committee. These things, we can see that they are investigating people. But we can't allow people who are leading the ANC to be criminals. They are destroying the image of the ANC. We are the ones who are going to do door-to-doors next year to defend the ANC, because we have the belief that as some people are going to lead the ANC in the future. Now, comrades, as COSAS, and I'm also requesting SASCO to not agree to any old people who's going to come to you and defocus you. You must be focused in politics. No one must destroy your future, comrades. We must fight for this country together, comrades. We must be united as some people. Comrades, I'm not going to waste any time, but as Kosas were also saying, was supporting President Colin Malachi for second time. We're also supporting Comrade Tsakani Shiviti as the Secretary General. And we're also telling that as Kosas, we're going to deposit one from our officials to be an NEC member. The time is now or not never, comrades. Economic freedom in our lifetime. Aye, SASCO, aye. Aye, SASCO, aye. Viva President Kamche, viva. Viva President Kamche, viva. Thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you very much, the president of a black and white army. A president of a black and white army. Each one. It's a black and white. Comrades, does it mean some comrades have never participated in COSAS? No, it's fine, comrades. We'll come to that debate. Comrades, I'm going to move with speed because looking at the issue of time so that we can push time. Let me mix the program, comrades, so that I call Abu Mbokoto, who can come and address us. Comrades, we are going for an address by psych and call one of our own comrades. She's not a stranger in terms of the South African Student Congress. She is from this very province that we are in, the province of Mpumalanga. From SASCO, we remember her as the provincial secretary. We remember her as the former provincial chair of Mpumalanga, SASCO. Comrades Pesi Tlenkosi, please come and address us on behalf of SAIC. Communication, 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 communicate. Let's stand up, comrades. KZN, Northwest. Stand up, comrades. Stand up, comrades.
Amandla, 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 Amandla. President, I believe Amandla is a universal language. The President of SASCO, Comrade Kamche, the Secretary General, Comrade Admission, the entire national leadership of SASCO, the TG of the ANC Youth League, who's also a TG of the South African Youth Council, in his absentia, the leadership of the YCL, the leadership of COSAS is led by its president, delegates of the National Policy Conference, progressive students and youth formations, comrades and compatriots, DP, DP has been nicely greeted by the president. You can see that the center is holding in SASCO, unlike in our days, on a lighter note. But delegates receive greetings on behalf of the South African Youth Council. Hey, technology. Thank you. Amandla. Yeah, no, thanks, delegates. On behalf of the South African Youth Council, we convey our revolutionary greetings and profound appreciation for the invitation to participate in this significant national policy conference. It is an honor to stand before this historic gathering at Tshwane University of Technology, Nelspruit campus. A space where policy, direction, and organizational renewal and strategy converge. President, in our times, we called this movement the think tank of the MDM. The motive forces of the National Democratic Society, the strata in transit, the members of the community first. In true sense, it gives us young people the task to swell the ranks and be at the center of change and renewal. Now, the reality, delegates here today, is that if young people do not form part of change, and are not at the center of policy making and decision making, it means that nothing in this country is going to change. Because in the nature of older people and older generation is that they are very conservative. Now, being conservative means that they are people who don't want to necessarily welcome change. They are people who don't really want to change how things are done. There are people who don't necessarily want to be shifted from one dynamic to the other or development to the other. Now it is this organization, it is through young people, in fact, leading at the forefront that can really challenge the current status quo delegates. It is indeed with deep humility that we stand here today as former leaders who were molded, sharpened, and politically awakened by the South African Student Congress. We remain indebted to the Student Congress President. This organization shaped our consciousness, discipline, our activism, and taught us the principles of service to the people. We used to emphasize, colleagues, that before anything else, because we are just in transit, that we're first community members, because we must go back to our communities and serve the people. And it is these young people that one day will lead many organizations, or rather the organization that they affiliate to. Comrades, the policy conference comes at a time when the higher education sector is under immense pressure. Nothing has changed. Financial exclusion persists, NSFAS is unstable, student accommodation crisis continues, mental health issues rise. We are seeing many stories of young people committing suicide. A lot of things happening in our campuses. Research and innovation lagging behind global standards, and campus safety remains fragile. These are not theoretical challenges. They demand practical, actionable solutions. And this conference must provide exactly that. This conference, delegates, is convened at a moment when young people carry the heaviest burdens of unemployment, inequality, exclusion, and violence. The terrain of higher education remains contested and deeply unequal. Yet SASCO has consistently remained the most reliable defender of the poor and the working class, standing firm in struggle for access, transformation, free education, and dignity of all students. As an affiliate of SAIC, you see, we do keep tabs on how our member organizations are really working hard in advocating and transforming and advocating for change in communities and in their own sectors. Allow me to invoke the timeless wisdom of Paulo Freire, whose teachings have guided liberation movements globally. Freire reminds us that oppressed do not struggle to become the new oppressors, not to inherit the wealth and the privileges of the dominant class. They struggle to recover their lost humanity and to restore the humanity of all. We do not want to be revolutionaries, comrades. We do not want change just because we want to be part of the oppressors or we want to look like bourgeoisie ourselves, comrades. We want to be and we want to exemplify what economic freedom means, but not being a bourgeoisie ourselves, delegates. This framing is central to the philosophy of SASCO. Our struggle is not for elitism. It is not for individual advancement. It is for democratic, decolonized, humanizing education system that liberates rather than reproduces inequality. Ours as SAIC is to ensure that we expand the youth economic participation in the higher education ecosystem. This is aligned with the National Youth Policy and the BBBEX colleagues. We want that institutions as well must form part of some of the changes that we want to see in our economic landscape. We want to demand that universities always allocate at least 40% of procurement for services such as ICT support, printing, transport, and cleaning to youth-owned enterprises. Now, we want to see change outside where the ANC is leading, your affiliates, colleagues. But we also want to see transformation within higher institutions themselves. Higher institutions themselves need to empower young people, which are yourselves. We need to establish campus-based youth innovation hubs linked to SETAs, industry, and SEDA. We must revive and enforce work-integrated learning programs for TVET and university students through mandatory industry partnerships. Advocate for youth preferential access to research funding, innovation grants, and startup capital. Now we want universities to become the engine of youth jobs. We are the solution ourselves here in this gathering. Your conference theme, from revolutionary strategy to policy action, is timely and necessary. SAIC urges this gathering to prioritize policy clarity and implementable resolutions that respond to the challenges facing young people. These include strengthening democratic organs of student governance, advancing universal access, defeating financial exclusion. We must align higher education with future skills of the economy. We must demand a national review of curricula to integrate digital skills, AI literacy, climate education, entrepreneurship, and data science across all disciplines. Ensure universities and TVETs are aligned. Ensure universities and TVETs align programs with the Master Skills Plan, especially in energy, ICT, transport, manufacturing, and the care economy. Like the TG has said, I can't elaborate any further. The economy of the universities within provinces must be context specific to what the economy speaks in that particular province. If it is in Mpumalanga, then students must be in artisans, they must be in mining, they must be in agriculture, and equally opportunities must be available for them in those sectors. We can't emphasize that more. We must lobby for a national graduate tracer system to track employability outcomes by programs. Now, if they are there, they are not known enough by our young people. We need to ensure access to national graduate tracer systems across all provinces. Now, the language that some provinces are more rural than the other should not be a language that is spoken amongst us as youth. Every resource that can be available to assist must be available in the vast areas and communities of Mpumalanga, in the vast areas and communities of Limpopo, in the vast areas and communities of Eastern Cape, in the vast areas and communities of the Free State, and so forth. Delegates, young people must study what the economy actually needs. The struggle of the student is the struggle of the youth. The struggle of the youth is the struggle of the nation. Your deliberations here will shape not only SASCO's future, but the future of the entire post-schooling sector and the broader national democratic revolution. And the broader national democratic plan as a policy of our government. As SAIC, we reaffirm our commitment to work with SASCO in expanding youth participation in the economy, uplifting young people out of economic marginalization, and advancing a transformed progressive education system that serves the poor and the working class. SASCO has always been a reservoir of leadership and beacon of hope. Today, as before, we trust that this conference will produce resolutions that advance liberation, deepen transformation, and restore the humanity of all students in the spirit of prayer. Forward with the united, militant, visionary SASCO, forward. Forward with youth empowerment and transformation, forward. Forward to a just, inclusive, and humanizing higher education system, forward. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you very much, Comrade Spe. She is one of our own, comrades. She is one of our own. Comrades, we are moving on with our program. We are moving on with our program. On stage, comrades, Comrade Mangi, I believe that issue was resolved, Comrade DSG, because I don't know whether provincial chairs and secretaries siya ngiyabona amanxeba kweMpumalanga ehlale khona ndoda. The empty seats siya chairperson of Mpumalanga. And Sean, where is Sean? Where is Sean, comrades? Where is the head of discipline in Mpumalanga? Pella, we can take decisions, yes, here. But it's fine. Amandla, awethu. Amandla, awethu. I say cartel KZN. Amandla, awethu. It's fine, comrades. On stage, I'm calling upon comrades, Comrade Kanyezi, who is am I correct, convener of Young Women's Desk of the African National Congress. You will correct me, leadership. Wathinta abafazi. Sifuni women on topu hiyo. Sifuni women on topu. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume non. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune u abafasi. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume nontopo. Sifune ume.
Sifuni ume nontopo. Sifuni ume nontopo. Sifuni ume nontopo. Sifuni. Winnie Mandela. Mama Omzabalazo. City Winnie Mandela. Mama Omzabalazo. Sinetemba kumama. Hayuzo sinigi paso. Sinetemba kumama wetu. Hayuzo sinigi paso. Mandla wetu. Viva SASCO, SASCO, viva! Viva SASCO, SASCO, viva! Long live, long live! Long live, long live! Long live SASCO, long live! Long live, long live! Long live SASCO, long live! Long live, long live! Long live SASCO, long live! Mandla! Viva the undying spirit of SASCO! Viva! Chikichela ufasimba! Chikichela! Chikichela ufasimba! Chikichela! Roar, young lions, roar! Roar, young lions, roar! Each one! Teach one! Ayaroka mayang ayang ayaroka. Ayaroka mayang ayang ayaroka. Viva the undying spirit of Loiso Masugu, long live. Long live the spirit of Loiso Masugu, long live. Amandla comrades. No comrades. Comrade Paseka, the deputy chairperson, thank you very much for singing that song as I walk on podium. God, this is truly a very historic day for South Africa. The executive chairperson, or the chairperson, sorry, I prophet so much. The chairperson of the Greater Johannesburg region, where I hail from, is led by a woman today. The gateway of Africa, that is Johannesburg, is now going to be presided over by a woman. But now, comrades, njengoba ngitocala le message of support yami, ngithanda ukunivuselela nonke ngetikhundla tenu. I'd like to greet especially the president of SASCO, Comrade Alungile Kamcha, along with his collective, as led by the progressive young women, Comrade Admission Munareng. Lala. Yes, comrades. She's one of us, and we're very proud of her, but of course with our brothers too. I'd also like to acknowledge the leadership of the Youth League in the absentia, the leadership of COSAS, the leadership with us, our international guests who are very part of us. And I'd just like to say all protocols observed, comrades. I see some of you are sleeping now. But we really excuse that because we've been here, but now we are going to start with the real business of the day. Comrades, the youth does not apply an isolated space in society. That is why each and every reaction out of the youth is eruptive and violence. In fact, one could argue that this group overlaps into other stratas of the society. Now, definitely, it makes sense why the frustrations of this particular group, the youth, is eruptive and violent throughout history, especially in this country. Our problems in society are mainly the tools of trade. Comrades, our problem is money. What is money? You can't do anything that requires you to be a person in society without the means of production. And comrades, I think that my latter speakers have exhausted this. But typically, a leader in front of the Women's League or the Young Women's Desk is typically expected to speak about issues at the surface level. But now, indeed, at the heart of every social ill is based on the uneven distribution of economic activity and participation. This is a reality of women most of the time. Now, comrades, the Young Women's Desk can reaffirm the House that the policy positions of the Women's League stand firmly on the even distribution of economic activity. Because, comrades, abafazi who are always at the receiving end of an economy that does not include them. Gender-based violence, we can argue that it is propelled by women not being independent enough to fend for themselves or to provide for the basic things. But now, it is an especially different case where you have a comrade, Uyinene, who was going to a library, who was at school, who was part of campus life. That is a completely different issue, comrades. That I think that we need to seriously have these conversations within our campuses, and I am assured with the oath that was taken now of the student charter that such issues are going to be championed at campus level. But comrades, because comrades have exhausted, comrades, I'm going to speak isiZulu. This thing of George every time. It's like, no. My comrades, I'm going to ngama buttons, we blouse, we Women's League. Ne? We have 5 buttons in the blouse of the Women's League. I button lokala, likhuluma discipline. And comrades, you can never wage a war. You can never identify your enemy if you are not disciplined. The second button speaks to honesty. Lento eniyekuthengisana lena umuntu mele ajubwe akhathwe likhanza lilahle ikhanza lakhe. That is because this struggle that we are in, we don't wake up, comrades, nama ostata dabukile. We don't fight for exclusion of learners, because at campus level, if you don't pay fees, you are chucked out and you are sent home. But if there is a gender-based violence case, we walk around, we live with perpetrators. And I really hope that SASCO to people that perpetuate these struggles upon women. We must not live with perpetrators in our structures, comrades, and we must never, ever tolerate that. The fourth button is transparency, comrades. Transparency of where we want to take this organization and the MTM as holistically. We must be transparent that people who misbehave must be isolated. People who wake up on statuses, on Facebook, on Instagram, to go and be counter-revolutionaries of resolutions we take in conferences of the ANC, the MTM. Those comrades must be isolated. And comrades, the fifth button is of a good listener. The mileage of any comrade in any structure of the MTM really depends on how good they listen. Because we are young comrades, sitting in rooms that you are not supposed to be in is very important. Uhambe uyolalela tindzaba lapha. Listen to them whilst they interact. Listen to them whilst they talk to each other. The gestures of their hands. Because comrades, what we can never take away from elders is their wisdom. And that we need to acquire that wisdom whilst we still can. Because we have a great task ahead. Our ancestors could get us political freedom. Our fight is the economic freedom. And we need to understand the structure of the economy. We have enough economists. And SASCO, as the intellectual capital of the PYA, must embrace this. So comrades, as I sit down, I say, let your deliberations not be a just sake. Let you understand that you are charting a way for your sisters, for your brothers. And as I sit down, I bring to you the words of Comrade Charlotte Maxeke, who said, this work is not for yourselves. If you can go up, bring someone along with you. Mandla! Wethu!
Sayifuna iwoman on top. Sayifuna iwoman on top. Sayifuna abavume abafazi la. Sayifuna iwoman on top. Sayifuna phezulu ngabafazi phezulu. Phambili ngabafazi phambili. Women on this side are not agreeing, comrades. KZN ayivumi ilimpopo komrago bakone ga ba dumele ka bafazi. Oh, amandla, comrades, the national convener, comrades of ISATU Student Charter, our very own convener, comrades, Comrade Sianda, our very own friend in the education sector, our own friend, comrades, in the transformation of the education sector. Leadership convener, over to you, my leader. Sune kyatama, 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 sune kyatama.
Mandla. 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 Away to Viva SASCO, 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 Viva. Unite, SASCO, unite. Unite, the ANC Youth League, unite. Unite, COSAS, unite. Qina, SATU Student Chapter, Qina. Amandla. Row, Young Lions, row. Thank you, Deputy President. I must indicate I was ambushed. I was here to enjoy the policy conference of SASCO. Well, along with me, I'm with the Secretary of the Student Chapter at the national level, Comrade Xolani Dube. Can you rise so that they can see you? So, when I was about to enter that door, he said, "No, man, I can't address this policy conference, it's you." Now I don't know what to say to you. Except to say I want to wish you all the best in your policy conference. President of SASCO, you are greeted. Swayoko, you are greeted. Our SNAS, Comrade Gabi, you are greeted. ANC Youth League, in their absentia, they are greeted. Mandla, high discipline, high moral, high discipline, high moral. You know, comrades, us as SATU student chapter, as we wish you all the best in your national policy conference, we have the responsibility to support you as SASCO. We have the responsibility to support the YCL, Comrade Mzwandile. I'm afraid to call YCL because that is where I was groomed. I'm coming from the YCL. So I'm afraid to talk about your YCL in the presence of the National Secretary. We have the responsibility of supporting COSAS, high discipline. We are part of the PYA, comrades, understanding exactly that our participation in the PYA is not about SRC elections. We understand in the institution of higher learning, it's only SASCO who must dominate there, only SASCO, nothing more, nothing less. And we always make sure that during those times we rally behind SASCO. And we always urge our ANC Youth League to rally behind SASCO. We always urge our ANC Youth League to support SASCO in any circumstances. And we want to congratulate you in many institutions where you have came victorious in winning the SRC elections as SASCO. What you have done is beyond what you have thought. And we want to tell you, comrades, now, the ANC believes the only people who can help them now is SASCO. So make no mistake of doubting yourself. We, as the affiliates of COSATU, understand that the SACP has taken a stance of contesting elections. We don't have a problem with that as COSATU. However, we have taken a resolution to say we are not going to take a decision haphazardly, but we have a responsibility to go back to our masses and speak about these decisions that have been taken by the SACP. We'll have a special national congress where we'll speak about that. But for now, we are supporting the African National Congress in the elections and everywhere. Mind you, we'll sit as COSATU and deliberate on the pros and cons. Of course, the operators Moderanda will tell us what is it that we need to do after the thorough analysis. Ulenin taught us, Comrade Mzwandile, to say we must analyze when we deal with issues. You don't deal with the issue without analyzing. Now,
I'm here to give a message of support of the South African Democratic Teachers Union Student Chapter to say we wish you all the best. We want to believe in this National Policy Conference you leave the venue after talking about the issues of NSFAS. You will deliberate to say there should not be any board without SASCO. There should be no any NSFAS discussions without SASCO present. Because the people or constituent which is affected by the issues of NSFAS, they are members of SASCO. So there is no way you can talk about us without us. President Kamche, I'm telling you, in January we'll have a problem of students who will be out, they will say, you need to pay a certain amount of 15%. An amount of 15% will be 25,000. I don't have 25,000, do you? Now, how do you say a member, a community member shall pay 25,000 without even knowing the background? Why are you selective in terms of paying the NSFAS people? Why are you saying they are eligible to get NSFAS but you don't pay them? Is that fair enough? We have the responsibility as SASCO to fight for our people. We have the responsibility as SASCO to defend our people. We have the responsibility of SASCO to understand our institutions and also deal with the system of South Africa. Comrade President, I want to urge you as you live here. Now, we have the hybrid system in the institutions. Most of these people, they don't have the data. But there is no institution which is saying, I will buy you data. However, they are telling you that you need to go to Moodle, you need to go online and find the notes. How am I going to access the notes without you giving the data? Who's going to provide the data for me? Understanding the background where we are coming from as people of SASCO. So, President, you have the responsibility and the collective of the National Executive Committee to make sure that you defend our people, you defend our students, you defend SASCO, because there is no one who's bigger than SASCO. SASCO is an organization. If there is anyone who believes is bigger than SASCO, then SASCO will deal with him or her. As I'm about to sit down, President, I want us to deal with the issue of unemployment. I know as you are seated there, we have no problem with unemployment. You know why? Because you are there in varsity. But as soon as you leave varsity, you will think of, hey man, I'm unemployed, it's been 3 years. Now, we need to have a collective march as a PYA components to fight against the unemployment of young people. We need to work together to make sure that young people are included everywhere. Because if you sit now, tomorrow it will be you. And you won't be in a position to fight that because you were there, but you had no problem because some of the people who were there in unemployment were not your relatives or your friends. As we support the ANC Youth League comrades, we are saying let us be in the forefront of fighting the developing pandemic of unemployment in our country. The reality of the matter is young people who are victims of the unemployment. At the same time, our constituencies, my comrades, they are victims of unemployment. If I can ask, how many of you have seen our comrades who graduated and they are not working today? It's a shame, it's painful, but you don't care for now. It's wrong. And again, comrades, we need to talk about our economy as the country. were in crisis. I always make an example of a bread. To say, when you grew up, you always bought a bread with 15 rands. In that bread, it was 24 slices. 15 rands, 24 slices. Now you are buying a bread with 18 slices. How much is it? Now the slices are lower than the price. Why is that? You never asked yourself that. It is wrong. It's our responsibilities as young people to make sure that we ask questions about what is happening in our country. We might not talk about politics beyond our South Africa, but we have the responsibility also to support our sisters and brothers from outside of the country of South Africa. SASCO, you have a voice. SASCO, you are big. Never ever make a mistake of undermining yourself simply because you are there in the institutions. The society respects you. The corrupt leaders fear you. Then you have a responsibility to rise above, to protect the banner of SASCO, to protect the banner of the African National Congress, to protect the Africa, to protect the South Africa. We as a student chapter want to wish you all the best in your National Policy Conference. At any given time, we'll support you. But to have the interest as to how are you going to lead the SASCO. Viva SASCO, viva! Unite, PYA, unite! Unite, PYA, unite! Chikjela lufa simba chikjela. Chikjela lufa simba chikjela. Qina khosas qina. Qina khosas qina. Viva SASCO, 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 viva. Mandla. Thank you.
Sawa, 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 sawa. SASCO Gauteng, viva! SASCO in Gauteng, viva! I want that energy higher, comrades. Viva SASCO in Gauteng, viva! Ah, comrades, it seems like you are the most energetic in the room. Oh, let me check. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Viva SASCO Gauteng, viva! I want to check Gauteng, I want to check. Viva SASCO, wait. Uzoapuli utambo haliwala Hasenalo, hasenalo valo, hingalento siyeza. Hasenalo, hasenalo valo, hasenalo valo, hingalento siyeza. Umasia fasu fasiti halukum halu SASCO halu SASCO halu SASCO Amandla 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 Amandla. Isut. Isut. Kwamazania. Isut. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. KZN, KZN, KZN. Amandla. Amandla. Is that an NEC member who's singing there? Comrades, is that NEC member who's singing there? Am I seeing two NEC members singing? Amandla. Amandla. Bengathi ngibonile ama-comrade akhezele. Damiel. Hayi, Ndora. 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 Dora, 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 and Dora, 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 and Dora, call him Dora, call him Dora, call him Dora, call him Dora lap. Dora, Dora, asiyeni comrades, ahlale phansi eGauteng madoda. Dora, Dora, when Dora, when Dora, when Dora, Damiel, where Damiel, ahlala phansi madoda. Ahlala phansi madoda. Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga ahlale phansi ma comrades. Amandla. 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 Mpumalanga ahlale phansi comrades. Ahlale phansi Mpumalanga comrades. Comrades of KZN, mahlale phansi comrades. Amandla. Amandla. Hawethu. Amandla. Hawethu. Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much, comrades. Comrades. As we continue with our program, comrades, as we continue with our program, comrades, as we continue with our program, comrades who are standing there, comrades who are standing at the door, comrades who are standing at the door. Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga. Comrades, Amandla. Comrades, seyiphalile iphathi siyabonga comrades. Seyiphelile iphathi siyabonga comrades. Nishayeleni izandla. This is SASCO comrades. It's a clear sign that SASCO is alive. Asishayele izandla comrades. Now, I have bad news and good news. Now, these are the bad news. Let me start with the bad news. The bad news is, comrades, Undora will be the second one to be processed by the disciplinary committee of SASCO. The third one, comrades. The third one, comrades. The third one is the PS of KZN. Right, comrades, right. On a lighter note, comrades. Now, the bad news, comrades. The bad news, comrades. I shall pants, KZN, I shall pants, comrades. These are the bad news, comrades. Gauteng. These are the bad news now. Those were the good news. These are the bad news now. The bad, the bad news is, comrades. We were supposed to close, comrades, for the first day at about 11 p.m. Now, because comrades got more than the word excitement, sizoyivala lapho maybe at 2 a.m. So siyabonga. Siyabonga comrades. Going back to our business, comrades. Going back to our business. Getting serious with the business of the day, comrades. We are going to call upon, comrades, the National Secretary of the YCL-SA, comrades. Our own friend, comrades, that we know in the corridors of the struggle. Comrade NS, Comrade Mzwandile Takuti. Please, comrades, come and address us. Hali soze, Hali soze la tengisa muntu. Hali soze, soze la tengisa.
Mandla angawethu Matla Kyaruna forward to socialism, forward, down with capitalism, down. Long live the South African Student Congress, long live. Long live the South African Student Congress, long live. Long live the Congress of South African Students, long live. Long live the African National Congress, long live. Long live the African National Congress Youth League, long live. Long live Kosati Young Workers, long live. Chikichela Ufasimba, Chikichela. Forward to the Revolutionary Alliance, forward. Thank you, Comrade, Deputy President, to appreciate this opportunity we are given as a Young Communist League of South Africa to honor the third National Policy Conference of the gigantic
South African Student Congress to immediately greet the President of the South African Student Congress, the Secretary General, as well as all members of the National Executive Committee present in this policy conference of the South African Student Congress, to acknowledge the Progressive Youth Alliance partners, the Congress of South African Students present here, to acknowledge the ANC Youth League present here, also to recognize the members of the National Committee of the Young Communist League, led here by our political commission member, Comrade Avu Mamdi, to recognize and appreciate the presence of our mother, the South African Communist Party, represented here by our former chairperson, Comrade Mabuse Mpi, to recognize the South African Youth Council, represented here by the national chairperson, to appreciate and recognize Swayoko President, who's in our midst, Comrade Nxumalo, to appreciate also the President of SNAS, who's in our midst, as well Comrade Gabisila, would have committed an error not to recognize the Young Women's Desk, which addressed us here. Comrades, importantly, yourselves, as constituting this plenary of the National Policy Conference, the Young Communist League of South Africa salutes this third National Policy Conference. We salute you in the name of our mother, the South African Communist Party. We salute you in the name of the working class, whose interest we exist to advance. And comrades, as a progressive alliance, youth alliance, we've got to understand that we are progressive to the extent of our commitment to the national democratic revolution, which seeks to address the imbalances of the past, to address the interconnected contradictions of gender, national and class question. And if we are in agreement that the principal motive force of the national democratic revolution is the working class, then it should follow that the principal enemy of the revolution is capital and all its manifestations. The extent of our progressiveness, therefore, as the Progressive Youth Alliance, lies in the understanding of this conception, Comrade President. Capital is a social relation that extracts wealth from those who work and concentrate it among those who own it. It is the landlord collecting your NSFAS accommodation allowance for a room you share with strangers in a building with no security. It is the fintech company holding public funds in its account, collecting interest while you borrow money for food. It is the outsourcing company paying a cleaner 3,000 rands while billing the university 15,000 per cleaner. And then management raises fees to cover the difference. Capital presents itself as a natural, inevitable, and efficient, but its efficiency is measured in profit extracted, not in human development achieved. Its logic is simple: socialize the costs, privatize the gains. When the system works, shareholders benefit. When it fails, students and workers pay. A working class biased student movement must understand this. The South African Student Congress is not a debating society. It's not an NPO. It is a revolutionary student movement. As we gather here, Comrade President, we gather here not as victims of the system. Rather, we gather as revolutionaries trying to find and seek solutions of our situation. The South African Student Congress does not exist to help students navigate an unjust system more successfully. SASCO exists to organize students as a force capable for transforming that system. This is the difference between a service organization and a revolutionary movement like our own. This National Policy Conference must be clear about what SASCO intends to be. SASCO does not seek to be a multi-class student organization. The South African Student Congress has always been leaning towards the left, identified itself as a Marxist and Leninist student organization. This must find expression in our conduct. Comrade, let us examine the condition of the youth in South Africa, because this frames everything. It is the base on which everything commences. 60% of young people are unemployed in this country. Not temporarily between jobs, it's not structural unemployment. It is structural unemployment more than fictional unemployment, as described by liberal economists. Permanently locked out of the economy. In rural areas and in townships, the figure climbs to 70, 80%. Now Capital tells a story about this. The story says young people lack skills. They lack experience. They lack entrepreneurial and initiative. The solution, according to the story, is training programs, internships that goes over 24 months, startup incubators, fix the young people, and the problem is solved. This is ideology in service of exploitation. The truth is that young people are not unemployed because something is wrong with them. Therefore, we don't have to be fixed. Young people are unemployed because capitalism requires a reservoir army of labor. Unemployment keeps wages low. It keeps workers desperate and compliant. It allows capital to dictate the terms. Mass youth unemployment is not a policy failure. It is a structural feature of the system. This is why the Progressive Youth Alliance matters. This is why we need a PYA that functions not a letterhead, but as a fighting formation. Let us be honest and precise, comrades. The PYA is progressive only to the extent that is anti-capitalist. Because we have since said socialism is the most humane system, whereas capitalism exploits, subjudicates, and oppresses. The moment we accept the logic of the market as given, the moment we reduce our demands to what capital considers reasonable, we become managers of a crisis rather than agents of its resolution. The South African Communist Party has been clear on this matter. And also the South African Student Congress, on its 23rd National Congress in Queenstown, analyzed the current period as one of intensified class struggle with government of national unity, whose center of gravity has literally shifted to the right. The incorporation of openly neoliberal forces into government has tilted policy further towards austerity, privatization, and market fundamentalism. You must have noticed, comrades, we saw in Western Cape something so surprising that government want to lay off teachers, something unheard of. And HI is contested. The laws of education are also contested. The task of the PYA in this period is to rebuild working class organization from below, to contest the ideological hegemony of capital, to demonstrate in practice that another way is possible. SASCO, as a student component of the Progressive Youth Alliance, one speaker said, it is a hub of intellects within. If it has to sustain this name, it has got to live by it. And it must anchor itself firmly in this orientation. Your policy must reflect it. Your campaigns must express it. Your organizational culture must embody it. Comrades, on the National Student Financial Scheme, we are saying the NSFAS represents a crucial site of struggle, and your policy must engage with it at a level of political economy, not just only administration. Or cooperative governance issues we are raising with the president on non-representation of the student body being a critical stakeholder in the sector within the board of the NSFAS. When government placed NSFAS under administration in April 2024, it acknowledged what students had long experienced. The system was dysfunctional and still is. But why is it dysfunctional? NSFAS was designed as a public scheme, but it was structured with multiple entry points for private accumulation. Over 70 billion per annum our government invests on NSFAS. Business interests are competing for it, fundamentally because of these entry points that were deliberately created for private accumulation. Payment platforms, accommodation verification services, disbursement intermediaries, each of these become a site of extraction. Fintech companies inserted themselves between public funds and hungry students, collecting fees, earning interest on delays, building business models on desperation of the poor. The administrator moved to terminate irregular contracts. The High Court confirmed the authority to act. This was necessary, but it addresses only symptoms, not the causes. The cause is the logic that allows private profit seeking within public systems. The solution is the removal of the logic entirely. Your policy must demand that NSFAS become a fully public institution in substance, not just in name. It should not enrich private capital. Public funding must flow through public infrastructure directly to students. Why is it that we have not built infrastructure in the post bank to be able to disburse the allowances of students? It's deliberately to create space for business, especially those who are politically connected. No payments intermediaries extracting percentage, no accommodation brokers taking commissions, no tender opportunities for politically connected companies to build empires on student poverty. The 2025 allowances present real challenges. Living allowance of just over 17,000 per annum for non-catered students do not reflect what survival actually costs, especially in light of the increasing cost of living in our country. The gap between official caps and real expenses is filled by hunger, by borrowing, by the impossible choices students have to make daily. Your policy must call for a transparent, participatory process to review allowance levels against actual cost of living. Student formations must have a seat at that table. As we have emphasized that, including in the board of NSFAS, Council of Higher Education, among other institutions. If we were to reflect really a truly cooperative governance, the people who experience the inadequacy must have a voice in addressing these inadequacies. And the TVET students must achieve parity. We have said there must be institutions of choice. That must be reflected even in terms of the allocation of funds. It was so embarrassing to learn that the community colleges only take 10% of the allocation of Department of Higher Education, especially in the midst of what we call a high illiteracy rate, high structural unemployed, being told that is caused by lack of skills or skills mismatches. The hierarchy that treats university students as more deserving than college students has no basis in justice. TVET students are overwhelmingly from poorest households. They face longer travel distances, older infrastructure, more limited support services. Parity is not a favor, it is an obligation. Comrades, on the question of the missing middle, Comrade President is well aware that on the consultation process, we have raised the issue that there shouldn't be any time frame that is attached to the payment of the loans given to those who are called to be missing middle. We said it must be interest-free. The comprehensive student funding model offers loans to households earning between 350 to 600,000 per year. This requires careful analysis and assessment by the South African Student Congress because this framing obscures more than it reveals. If you realize a household earning about 350 per annum is earning just under 30,000 per month, who are these households? They are not comfortable middle class of political imagination. They are teachers, nurses, police officers, administrative clerks, working people whose modest salaries must stretch across extended families, obligations that economists rarely account or count. They pay rent or bonds in housing markets shaped by speculation. They pay transport costs because public systems are inadequate. They pay school fees for younger children because public schools are under-resourced. They support unemployed relatives because 60% of youth unemployed is a reality in the country. It means that there is someone without employment in each and every family or household. They carry medical expenses, funeral contributions, emergency loans. By month end, there's no 30,000. There's a family stretched thin, performing stability while one crisis away from collapse. To these families, the state offers no funding, but a debt, a loan, to be repaid over years with interest on the gamble that the graduate will work in an economy that offers 60% of young people who are unemployed. It offers them nothing. They despair, they are despondent, and they are also desperate. The YCL position on this matter is clear. A loan is not funding. A loan is a transfer of risk from the state to the poor. It is capital's answer to the demand for free education. You may enter, but you will pay, and you will pay for decades. Where loans prevent immediate exclusion, we do not tell students to refuse them. Material conditions compel choices, but this National Policy Conference must not mistake access to debt for access to education. Your policy must name this clearly. It is not a garden tool, it is a spade. And your policy must maintain the strategic demand for free, quality, decolonized, and publicly funded post-school education. This is not utopia. It is a political choice. Cuba has sustained free education at all levels over 60 years under a criminal blockade by the collective West as led by the United States of America. The obstacle is not resources. The obstacle is class power. The question is, in whose interest does the state serve? The South African Student Congress did say that if the state does good, it will complement it with a program. If a state does bad, it will contradict it again in the same vein with a program. On the student accommodation, here we see capital at most predatory, and your policy must respond with corresponding clarity. The state retreated from building student housing. It called this efficiency. What it actually was a transfer of public responsibility to private accumulation. Look at the tenders for student accommodation in our universities. Developers saw an opportunity. NSFAS accommodation allowances represented guaranteed revenue paid by the state flowing to whoever could build beds. They built extraction infrastructure, maximum density, minimum amenity, cheapest location, lowest safety standards the regulation would allow. Students, particularly women students, bear the consequences. Currently, GBV cases are made, 10% of them are made by students in higher education institutions. This is a reflection. Overcrowded rooms, inadequate security, harassment and violence. Of course, with political concerted effort for depoliticization of students, targeting of student leaders, victimization, rigging of SRC elections via online systems, long distances from campus through dangerous areas, the daily circulation of which route is less likely to result in assault. Students are victims every day. Even the Department of Higher Education has had to acknowledge the exploitation. It has moved to blacklist some of those worst offenders, but blacklists address individual bad actors. The problem is more systemic. The problem is commodification itself. What could be wrong about building student housing cooperatives? When housing is a commodity, it is allocated not by need, but by ability to pay. Hence, we sleep in libraries, squat, subject ourselves to sugar daddies, and all that. Those with the least to pay. This is not a distortion of the market. This is how markets function. Your policy must demand a public student housing program, not as a distant aspiration, but as an immediate priority. State investment in building residences, public ownership, democratic management with student participation, quality standard enforced because the state, not the profit motive, is the landlord. For private accommodation that continues to house students, your policy must demand strict regulation, accreditation with real consequences, safety standards with enforcement mechanisms, rent ceilings tied to allowance levels so that landlords cannot simply absorb whatever students receive. Everything, they take everything. Now we also understand that they have built oligopolies that extract profit out of this field. And your policy must address these matters, including the gender-based violence in residences as a systematic issue, not a series of individual incidents. Institutions must be held accountable for safety of students they house or accredit housing for. Where they fail, there must be consequences. Comrades, academic exclusion is the greatest enemy of the student movement. This is an area where ideology does heavy work disguised as neutral administration. Your policy must cut through the disguise. When a university excludes a student for academic underperformance, it presents this as upholding standards. But what it actually means, a student arrives from a school that was systematically under-resourced for decades. She qualifies for NSFAS, but her funding is delayed for 3 months. Remember, this is an enabler of academic success. Failure from which to receive, it goes without saying that you will underperform. During those months, she is hungry, cannot afford transport to campus, cannot buy textbooks, borrows notes, borrows data, food from students who have little themselves. She fails and she falls behind. She fails the module. the institution excludes her. Who has failed here? The student or the system? The institution admitted her knowing where she came from. The state promised funding and did not deliver. The system placed her in impossible conditions and then punished her for not transcending them. An academic exclusion in this circumstance is not the maintenance of standard. It is the offloading of systemic failure onto individual students. It is class violence conducted in academic language. Your policy must require that students be excluded without documented evidence that the institution provided meaningful support. What is it that the student support service is meant for in our institutions? Tutoring, mentoring, counseling, material assistance where necessary. Then if an institution has done all this, then it can safely say we can exclude the students. If the institution did not support the student, it has no moral authority to exclude that student. Your policy must guarantee meaningful appeal processes with student representation. Your policy must call for a disciplinary ombudsman in the Department of Higher Education, not to rubber stamp, but a genuine review of whether the institution met its obligation. I mean, we are paying a lot of money for this education, and your policy must embrace pass one and pass all organizing principle. This is not a demand to award qualification without work. It is a commitment to collective success. If one of us from these conditions can pass, all of us can pass with the right support. So we're saying, in line with what SASCO said, that SASCO must be a first friend on campus. We must organize study groups, share resources, tutor each other. Also refuse to accept that working class students must fail while those from privileged succeed. This is what a working class biased student movement looks like in practice, Comrade President. Not individual competition for scarce success, but collective organization for shared advancement. Comrades, now, let me show you how these issues connect, because capital prefers you see them as separate problems. Outsourcing. When a university outsources cleaning, security, catering, or maintenance, what happens? A private company takes over. That company exists to generate profit. So it pays workers as little as possible, often below poverty wages, while billing the institution for service. The institution now pays not just cost of service, but also the profit margin of the company. Its expenses increases. It must recover this cost from where? From fees. The fee structure that increases annually. The institutions of higher learning celebrate what is called increased reserves. The vice chancellors are bragging with what is called Vision 2030 to say their reserves have increased. Increased from what? From fees, from resident charges, from reduced student services, from larger classes as academic posts are being frozen, from crumbling infrastructure as maintenance is deferred. Follow the logic. Outsourcing insert private profit into public budgets. The profit is extracted ultimately from students and workers. The more outsourcing, the more extraction. The more extraction, the higher your fees and the lower their wages. This is why the Student Worker Alliance is not an act of charity. It is a strategic necessity rooted in shared material interest. When workers at VETS fought outsourcing and won insourcing in 2017, wages rose, conditions of employment improved, and a circuit of extraction was broken. Students and workers won together because they were fighting the same enemy. Your policy must establish formal structures of coordination between SASCO and campus worker unions, especially in Nehau. Join committees such that we are able to align our demands so that there is coordinated action. When workers picket against outsourcing, students must be on the picket line. When students mobilize against fees, workers should be alongside. Your policy must support in sourcing with public subsidy so that costs are borne by the state that should have been providing these services, not shifted to students through higher fees. This is what it means to build a working class power on campus, not students as separate interest group. Students and workers together as a class force confronting capital. Comrades, the austerity that squeezes campuses is not unique in higher education. It is a class program applied across society. Yay. Comrade President, debt servicing now consumes over 20 cents of every rand that the state collects. This reflects austerity. More than health, more than basic education, bond holders are paid first.
Comrades, you left your campuses because you understood very well you are coming to a policy conference. And because you are sitting with your provincial leaders right now, we want the provincial leaders to note people who are doing things out of malice. It is important that we understand where we are. Students of South Africa are in crisis. They need our solutions. YCL is here to provide one of those solutions. Please, let's respect each other.
Thank you, Comrade President. So we are saying, comrades, every budget that prioritizes debt repayment over social investment is a class choice. Every minister of finance who presents austerity as a necessity rather than a choice is providing ideological cover for capital. This is the context in which the South African Communist Party has taken a decision of historic significance, an epoch-making resolution. The SACP will contest the 2026 local government election on its own. And I will explain why this matters, because it connects directly to the struggles of students. Local government is where services are delivered or not delivered. It is in our campuses where we always are with challenges of water, electricity, among other things. It is where water flows or does not flow, where refuse is collected or piles up, where streets are lit or dark, where clinics function or not. It is the level of the state closest to the daily lives of the working class communities, and it is collapsing. The Auditor General reports year in, year out bear testimony to this. Look at your home communities. South African Student Congress said we are members of communities before we are students. Sewage in the streets, water that comes brown or does not come at all. Electricity is cut for hours every day in the name of load shedding or reduction. Potholes that become permanent features of our infrastructure. Councillors who vanish after elections. Officials who treat public resources as personal property. 30 years of voting has produced this. The working class votes. The working class suffers. Something different is required. The SACP will go directly to the people and offer an alternative rooted in the working class organization. Not promises made from distance by candidates emerging from community structures. Not delivery from above, but participation from below. Not patronage, but power. This matters to students concretely. Where do you go when the semester ends? Obviously, you go home to these communities whose infrastructure is collapsing. Your families live with the consequences of municipal failure. Where will you seek work when you graduate? 10% of the graduates are unemployed as it stands in South Africa. In local economies shaped by whether municipalities function, no water means no investment, no electricity means no industrialization, no roads means no pathway to development. Local government functionality is a precondition for economic inclusion. And consider this, the same austerity logic that collapses municipalities is the same logic that underfunds the NSFAS. The same class interests that capture municipal procurement capture student funding. The same system that fails to deliver water fails to deliver education or teaching aids. The fight for functional local government and the fight for accessible education are not separate struggles. They are fronts in one war against capital's program for our country. Your policy should engage with this, building working class power at local levels, strengthen the base which all other struggles are waged. We must also address what education is for, because access to a colonial system is not liberation. We have got to demand a free and decolonialized education. The People's Red Caravan embodies this alternative orientation we are talking about in practice. And I told the president that we are expecting him in the 4th edition that will be in the Northern Cape. It advocates for self-reliance, not reliance on patronage or khoba. Cooperative production, building community capacity, rather than waiting for capital to provide opportunities than they never come. Too many of our young people are trapped in politics of patronage, khoba, waiting for tenders, waiting for deployment, waiting for someone with connections to open a door. This breeds dependence. It feeds corruption. It turns citizens into clients and reduces democracy to competition for access to those who control resources. The alternative is collective self-organization. Your policy must engage with this. Our struggle is not isolated. It is part of global confrontation between labor and capital, between imperialism and liberation. The International Court of Justice has ordered provisional measures against Israel for acts of violating the Genocide Convention. UNESCO reports that nearly all higher education institutions in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Schools are bombed, universities reduced to rubble, scholars assassinated, children starved. This is not foreign to us. This is colonialism. This is apartheid. We recognize it because we lived it. Education is always a target of colonial violence because educated people resist. People who can read their history, analyze their condition, and imagine alternatives are dangerous to those who benefit from oppression. Your policy must commit SASCO to active Palestine solidarity on every campus. This is not diversion from domestic struggles. It is recognition that our liberation and theirs are intertwined. Comrades, I am concluding. This NPC will adopt policies in line with its theme, from revolutionary strategy to policy action. Those policies matter, but what matters more, Comrade President, is implementation. Transform NSFAS into a fully public institution with direct payment to students, fight for allowances reviewed against real costs and paid on time. Let us fight for TVET parity. Let us fight for the missing middle while keeping education free. as a strategic horizon, but build public student housing, regulate accommodation, protect women students. Let us end exclusion without support. Let us demand that institutions demonstrate support before they exclude. Let us rebuild the PYA as an anti-capitalist formation with common analysis and common action. Let us deepen the Student Worker Alliance, build joint structures with campus unions, especially NEHAU and SATU, fight outsourcing together. Let us prepare for 2026. Let us register, let us organize, build working class power at all levels. And as we say so, Comrade President, we want to wish you and this policy conference all success in your deliberations. And we want to thank you, Comrade, for your indulgence. Amandla! Awethu! Amandla! Abanye abantu bayazi, abanye abantu bayizonda, abanye abantu bayazi, abayazi, abanye abantu bayazi. Abanye abantu basifundisa, abanye abantu bayazi, abayazi. Azofuna amabhutshwa, azofuna amakapitali. Thina sifuna i-socialism, i-communism. Amandla, awethu, i-agenda yamakapitali, i-agenda yamakapitali, i-agenda yamakapitali. I-agenda yamakapitali sethi yabulala uKhrisani. I-agenda yamakapitali sethi yabulala uKhrisani. I-agenda yamakapitali.
Thank you very much, NS. Thank you very much, NS. Viva SASCO, viva! Viva SASCO in Mpumalanga, viva! Ah, they are sleeping. Viva SASCO in Free State, viva! They are sleeping in Free State. Viva SASCO in Gauteng, viva! Ah, Gauteng. Viva SASCO in Limpopo, viva! Ah, Limpopo is alive, comrades. Viva SASCO in Western Cape, viva! Ay. What happened to Western Cape? Viva SASCO in Eastern Cape, viva! Eastern Cape, comrades, has found a strategy. Because they are a small number, now they are using tables to their advantage. Viva SASCO in Eastern Cape, viva! Asbabone manje, because they were fighting earlier on. Viva SASCO in KZN, viva! I thank you very much, comrades. I thought you were sleeping. Viva SASCO in Northwest, viva! Order NEC members. The disciplinary session, comrades. The disciplinary committee is in session. So you are just disadvantaging yourself. Comrades, we are going to call now our international guests. Primarily, they are not our guests. They are our friends internationally in the revolution, comrades. On behalf of SNOOS comrades, we're going to call the president, Comrade Gapi Ndukuya. Am I saying it correctly? Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Sabafuna abafazi on top, sabafuna. Gents, I need to respond to lento. Sabafuna abafazi on top, sabafuna. Thank you, comrades. President.
Long live SASCO, long live. Long live SASCO, long live. Forward to academic freedom, forward. Forward to academic freedom, forward. Forward to free, quality and relevant education, forward. Manhla, amandla, awethu. Comrades, before I can start, comrades, it's not SNOOS, it's NAS. Comrades, it's okay, TP. Comrades, the NEC is led by Comrade President Kamche, the SG, all provincial leaders, comrades, guests, and the delegates of this conference, comrades, receive our revolutionary greetings, comrades. My name, comrade, as introduced, I am Comrade Kapsile Nduguya. I am the president of the Swaziland National Union of Students, comrades. Comrades, NAS is a union in Swaziland that organizes students for the total transformation of education. And it organizes students to play a meaningful role in the total transformation of the Swazi, African and global community. Comrades, it is worth mentioning that SNAS is the only student union in the country, and it is an organization that is illegalized by the government of Swaziland. It is an organization operating in Swaziland, which is the last absolute monarch. It is denied registration, comrades, by this very same government as led by the Tinkhundla system. Comrades, in our country, we are glad we are here today in such a conference where students gather from all over the country, comrades, to reflect and decide on their very own policies, comrades. Because the education that we want, comrades, must be detected by ourselves. The education that we want, comrades, must be on our own terms, comrades. You are lucky, comrades, to be here sitting, comrades, reflecting on your very own policies on education, comrades. Some of us do not have, comrades, the opportunity to do that. Policies of education in Swaziland are detected and decided by the government. The very same government, comrades, that has only old people in youth desks. The very same government that has only old people in scholarship desks, comrades. In Swaziland, there's an organization of students, comrades, who are never given a platform since we are denied the registration. Some of you may know, comrades, in Swaziland, even political parties were banned, comrades. So SNAS, as an organization that organizes students from tertiary institutions, is categorized alongside political parties and is identified as a terrorist entity, comrades. But nonetheless, comrades, we as an organization, comrades, who are standing firm and tall, comrades, to organize students from all tertiary institutions in the country to overthrow the system of governance, comrades, as led by King Mswati. Comrades, we are here today as a Swaziland National Union of Students, comrades. We stand, Comrade President, as an organization that is facing victimization on a daily basis. We're an organization where our leaders are targeted each and every day. We're an organization that have our leaders and former leaders of this very same union exiled, comrades, and some imprisoned, comrades, only for calling for academic freedom in Swaziland, comrades. Comrades, in our country, the voice of the youth is banned also. That is why in 2021, comrades, when the youth rose, comrades, to call an end, comrades, to the system of governance currently. That is why a lot of young people, comrades, were massacred. A lot of young people were imprisoned, comrades. Even up to date, comrades, they are still behind bars, only for calling for democratic reforms and academic freedom, comrades. Nonetheless, comrades, as the youth and students of the country, comrades, we made a declaration in June 2021 that we were the last generation to be oppressed. Comrades, it is very much saddening, though, to see our people from Swaziland normalizing the abnormalities that are happening, comrades. The youth of Swaziland, the people of Swaziland, comrades, they are starting to lose hope, comrades, that the revolution of Swaziland will intensify, comrades. It is for that reason, comrades, that we stand here, comrades, as the Union of Students in the country, comrades, to plead with you, comrades, students from South Africa, comrades, to plead for solidarity, practical solidarity, comrades, because we've been in this platform many and many times, comrades, only being rhetorical, comrades, on the question of Swaziland as to supporting Swaziland time and again. But it is never practically implemented, comrades. We have got students who drop out of the university and run away from the country, comrades, to come to be in exile in South Africa. The TG of the ANC Youth League, comrades, spoke of illegal immigrants, comrades. And it is very much painful to us as leaders of the youth in the country to know that some of those illegal immigrants are our leaders from Swaziland. They do not get the proper support. They do not get enough support, comrades. We've got students who went to exile last year, 4 of them, comrades. As I stand here, I do not know where they slept, comrades. I do not know when was the last meal that they had. Yet we have partners in SASCO. We have you, comrades, as our allies, comrades. What is it that we can do collectively, comrades, to support the struggle of the people of Swaziland, comrades? Of course, comrades, we are here, comrades. Of course, we are in support and we are in solidarity of all programs, comrades, that the SASCO is doing, comrades. But we are pleading with you, comrades, to pledge and practically implement, comrades, your solidarity to the students of Swaziland, comrades. The education in the country, comrades, is deteriorating. The education system in the country is dead, comrades. From infrastructure to the curriculum, comrades, everything in the education sector, comrades. And the King publicly declared in 2021, comrades, that students have sparked a war against the government of the day, comrades. And from that day, we are seeing targeting straight to our education. Our education is targeted, comrades. Because targeting of our leaders as a student union, comrades, we cannot view it as an individual thing, comrades. It is targeting, comrades, education. It is making sure that education is crippled to zero so that it does not challenge the government of the day, comrades. We're here, comrades, in this national policy conference. In Swaziland, we still have policies like the scholarship policy of 2011 that excludes some of the programs from being sponsored by government, comrades, like the Bachelor of Laws, comrades. It was a political move, comrades, by the government to say many of Bachelor of Laws students tend to know laws that then they challenge the government, comrades. And then it was excluded from the scholarship grant, comrades. You are lucky, comrade. We are here, comrades, and we are willing to learn from yourselves, comrades, how better do we reflect on policies and how better we can bring policies, comrades, to practical implementation, comrades. As I conclude, comrades, it is high time, Matabane, we claim back what is ours. It is high time, as students of South Africa, as students of Swaziland and in the region, to form a formidable force to defend student rights and interests. Otherwise, comrades, we wish you a successful and fruitful policy conference as you revise, reflect on policies of SASCO and bringing them into implementation. Mandla! Long live SASCO, long live! Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Watinta bafazi. Comrades, we are about We are about to, we're not far from, we're about to conclude the business of the day. I'm going to call comrades upon to the stage our very own as well, a friend of the revolution, comrades. Internationally, Comrade Usakile Unqumalo, who is the president of SWAYOCO. Comrade President, please come to the stage. Umswati, 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 Umswati.
Repa bandwete masego. Urepa bandwete masego. Umswati, Mswati. Umswati, Mswati uyagula. Urepa bandwane te masego. Urepa bandwane te masego. Mhandla wethu. Mhandla wethu. Bathe yini lele semu. Bonke sandleni akona muntu hoyo ngapha athi yini socialism bonke sandleni akona muntu hoyunga hathe awayesababo haba makwala ho mangolewa hayogos hathe ayesababo hayaba makwala ho mangolewa hayo haye sabawo haba makwala ho mangolewa heyoko atse habanya baya sechimurine habanya baya chemurina habanya baya sechimurina haye wolo chemurina yagole we chemurina haya yagole we chemurina haya yagole we chemurina haye wolo chemurina kondo chemurina kondo chemurina kondo chemurina haye wolo chemurina habanya baya se chemurina habanya baya se chemurina habanya baya se chemurina haye wolo chemurina
1, 2.
Hayo lo chemorena, habaya se chemorena, habaya se chemorena, habaya se chemorena, hayo lo chemorena, holo chemorena, kolo chemorena, kondo chemorena, hayolo chemorena, handla, veto, handla, Viva KZN, Viva! Viva Mpumalanga, Viva! Viva Free State, Viva! Viva Northwest, Viva! Viva Limpopo, Viva! Viva Limpopo, Viva! Viva Gauteng, Viva. Yena Eastern Cape Volcano. Amandla, the province of the rising sun, Amandla. Amandla, the province of the rising sun, Amandla. Amandla. Wait. Thank you very much, comrades. Viva KZN, Viva! Uyayifubela. Mandla! Comrades, thank you very much. Viva Gauteng, Viva! Thank you very much, comrades. My name, comrades, I'm Sakile Ngamiso Ngumalo, the president of the Swaziland Youth Congress. I will start by greeting you, Comrade President Alungile Kamche, with the person that is in charge of the day, Comrade Pasega, the Deputy President, Secretary General in his absentia, Comrade admission from this province of the rising sun. I will also, comrades, like to greet all comrades that have been invited here in their respective cloth. And also want to greet the whole NEC comrades. I'm not new to you, comrades. I have been with you through and through. I have visited all the provinces of this country. Today, comrades, I don't want to speak much. The issues of Swaziland are known. We're having one man in Swaziland, comrades. One man that got 15 wives, and they've also exiled 3 of his wives. 2 of them have died. He beat them until they died. We got a rapist in Swaziland, and that rapist is King Mswati the Third. We are not apologetic about that, comrades. We've done everything to negotiate with Mswati, and Mswati is not prepared to negotiate with us. The only solution that we have taken, comrades, we have seen that our only solution for us to seize state power, comrades, we must face Mswati head on, and we must hit him and hit him very hard. We want to register to you, comrades, that SWAYOCO have been in existence since 1991. For 34 years, we have been under serious repression. Pudemo Amada Board have been in existence for the previous 43 years. We have been under repression for 43 years. There is nothing that we have not done to make sure that we negotiate with Mswati. But Mswati have been showing us a minky figure. Comrades, There is nothing else, comrades, that we want to register here. The only thing, comrades, that we want from you, support us to be successful in our struggle. And we also want, comrades, you can talk what you like. We are many in South Africa and in other neighboring states because we are pushed out of Swaziland. And the only thing that we are doing, we are organizing ourselves so that we can go back home. There is nothing else that we are doing every day. One thing that frustrates us, our comrades want to go back home. They want to go back and bury their loved ones. They want to go back and enjoy life like each one of you, comrades. We are in the stage that Oliver Tambo experienced, where the apartheid regime was in his hand, is his neck. We are in that stage, comrades. So the only thing, comrades, the reason why, Comrade Kamche, we travel across South Africa, we want to instill this thing because, comrades, we have come to accept that the old people got so many deals with Mswati. And they are not going to assist us to topple Mswati because they are protecting their own interest. So if we instill that now in you, comrades, because you are in schools, we want a different tertiary institution, and by virtue, we are going to go they got serious deals with Mswati. Can you imagine, comrade? How would you feel? How Oliver Tambo was going to feel after meeting with the Cuban president, Chef? He died and perished in Swaziland, fighting, assisting our comrades. Comrade Messiah Amos Mbetse. This was from Tshwane in Vembe. And I have been saying to the comrades of Limbombo, and I have been saying with the comrades of the ANC Youth League, we must go back to Limbombo and galvanize and teach people who Amos Mbetse was. And I'm looking forward to the leadership of SASCO. If the others are not willing to do it with us, may SASCO come with us so that we share how our comrade Tambuza from Limbombo assisted our struggle. And these comrades, by the way, is not something that happened somewhere. It's something that was done by ordinary South Africans who understand that there's a struggle. Today, comrades, can I put it to you? The General Secretary of the Communist Party of South Africa cannot go to Swaziland. He's been banned. He's not expected to set his foot there because he was always coming to us. We're still young, teaching us because Mswati is a clown. There is nothing else, comrades, and I just want to say, comrades of SASCO, I don't want comrades to sound in a very different way. You see the comrades of Swazi, the Swazis that you see in the institutions of higher learning. And many of them, they even don't want to partake in politics. Do you know why, comrades? I will put it to you today. Many of them, they don't even want to participate in politics. They don't want to be part of SASCO. They don't want to be part of... Do you know why? They are benefiting from the regime of Mswati. Many of them, they are children of the princess. They are children of the king. They are children of the chiefs in Swaziland. And the comrades, I put it to you. Can you kindly do your own assessment in your different institutions of higher learning? Make sure you make database check. Anyone related to the royal family must go back and start with the University of Swaziland. Do you know why? They have collapsed the University of Swaziland so that they send their own kids to South Africa because they can afford. The children of the ordinary Swazis back at home, they are going to the University of Swaziland. The one that is there is a comrade, is the president of the University of Swaziland, Comrade Mngobi, and Comrade Sands is also undergo the University of Swaziland. Comrade Gabi is also from the University of Swaziland. There's nothing they are learning there. But the children of the chiefs in Swaziland, which are close to the king, children of people that are in higher position, they are here in South Africa. And most of them, they are enjoying life. You see, they are always there in parties. They are always there. They are always drunk. They are always what? Do you know why? They are benefiting from the regime in Swaziland.
And the comrades, I put to each one of you, look, SRC, ngicela siyofuna database, sibakhiphe labantu babuyelele back to Swaziland. And they must study there, experience the condition that their fathers, because it's their fathers and their mothers that have collapsed the education system in Swaziland. And there is nothing else, comrade, that we want to say to you. Beyond that, and beyond anything else, comrade president, we want to say, may this gathering, comrades, be successful. We'll be here. And we are looking forward, comrades, to also contribute, because we believe that SASCO got a role to do for us in terms of assisting the struggle of Swaziland in general. I always say this, comrades, when I end any discussion. In Swaziland, there are many political parties. I come from Pudemo, others, they come from different parties. But if there is a person that is going to come from Swaziland and is having a problem and say, he's a person who's Swatini, comrades, you must assist that person. You must assist that person. Sometimes he may even speak nonsense about me, but I don't care. Because I know what I'm also facing challenges that him or herself were facing with in Swaziland. Of which our challenges in Swat. As I conclude, comrades, the stage we are in as the people of Swaziland is the stage the ANC was under. It's the stage the SACP was under. It's the stage other struggles have been faced with before. But one thing, comrades, the will of the people will always prevail. And there is never anywhere across the world where dictators have been successful to stand on top of people forever. And one thing, comrades, even if I die myself, but I know what I will be dying for is something that I call my own motherland, which is Swaziland. There is no other home that I have. I may be seen in South Africa, I may be seen anywhere else, but the only home where I can feel joy is back at home. Yourselves here after these 3 days, if you can be closed here in Mbombela and say you are not going back home, you can cry. Many of our comrades are here and they've been here, some of them since 1990. Some have died. And the Mswati is not even allowing them to be taken back to be buried in Swaziland. And they have been buried in foreign lands. That is the condition that we are faced with, comrades, day in and day out. But beyond anything else, comrades, I'm saying to you, comrades, may we have a successful policy conference, and we are going to make sure, comrades, that we contribute to the different commissions that will be here. Manhla! Hense malindlela Henamefa Haba sesosawa Hello kolelindlela Henamefa
Amandla, Amandla, Amandla. Comrades, I have a Capitec Bank here, card. So the owner must just know that I'm going to test it, whether it taps, comrades. Someone must just take it and go buy food. I'm playing, comrades. Mr. B. Ntsanzi. Mr. B. Ntsanzi. Your card is with me, leadership. You will see how you thank me, of course. See how you thank me. Comrades, as comrades are preparing the announcement for refreshment, can comrades of the NEC, as in when we are busy preparing an announcement for refreshment, because we are now concluding, I'll call upon the stage our very own party, our very own vanguard comrades of the workers, member of the Central Committee, that is Comrade Mpema Buza, to come forth and just greet our delegates and give them a word. In the meantime, comrades of the NEC, please prepare an announcement for us in terms of what's going to happen with a refreshment. Comrade Mpes who come forth leadership. In the meantime, when I'm going to receive a report for a refreshment. Amandla. Ay, 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 oh, yo, yo, ay, 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 ay.
Ah, no, no, no. Amandla. Amandla. Away to forward with free education, forward. Forward with free education, forward. Forward with free education, forward. Forward with socialist education, forward. Forward with academic excellence, forward. Forward with access and success, forward. Forward with access and success, forward. Forward with free education, forward. Forward with free education, forward. Long live SASCO, long live. Long live SASCO, long live. Long live SASCO, long live. Comrade President of SASCO, Comrade Kamche, the General Secretary, Secretary General of SASCO, the National Secretary of Young Communist League, the international guests, the rank and file membership of South African Student Congress in various and subnational level. We are going to spend just 5 minutes because our message was delivered by our young people, the Young Communist League. Comrade DP, you must mark time, comrades, when they address. I'm going to speak for 10 minutes or less than that. Concentration of activists and academic activists is 3 hours. After 3 hours, you are not speaking to comrades, but you are speaking to yourself because concentration is gone. We're highly privileged to be your guests this evening, SASCO leadership and delegates, for convening this important policy conference. This policy conference is not just a tick a box, but it's a strategic session that reflects on broader policy work of South African Student Congress that can shape up the education as a side of the struggle, also to assess a moment of class contradiction that are sharpened, that they need you to defend and advance as a student organization in the interest of poor students. Comrades, in these next 2 days, you must reflect on the broad policy frameworks that will shape and guide SASCO and anchor on the SASCO pillars. Comrades, we meet with you with understanding that South African Communist Party and SASCO does have organic relationship. There is a symbiotic relationship between SASCO and SACP, meaning it's not breakable unless umbilical cord is surgically removed. Era rena le lena re so, Communist Party, re saw monwana le lenala, the nail and the finger or the thumb. As the SACP relied mostly and exclusively to South African Student Congress, and I'm one of the products of SASCO. I'm former provincial secretary of SASCO for 2 terms. I was once a member of South African Student Congress. SASCO, it has been always served as a recruitment grant for young communists, to a point that when YCL was formed and relaunched, the Vanguard Party looked to the former and the current leaders of SASCO to take forward the process toward the relaunch. Since when the student movement has continued to produce leaders for the party, both provincial and national, most of the student movement activists are leaders of the party. Their home is South African Communist Party to date. And we continue to rely. We're also meeting you here today while we are concerned about the transformation of post-schooling. Post-schooling that must produce relevant and appropriate skills that are responsive to current contemporary challenges that we are faced with here. That's why I was saying, we know that education is not class neutral. It's a contested terrain, ideological. What you learn in institutional fire learning, give directive on what you must then face with, whether being exploited by capital or neutralized capital with alternative form of education. Comrades, we meet you here today knowing for a fact that the struggle for free education should not only be by breaking the financial barriers, but transformation of our society. Comrades, we meet with you here today as South African Communist Party, not only speaking about our interests, but speaking about the interest of the working class. This policy conference must produce bold and socialist-orientated position that defend public education, that reject any move towards privatization, as YCL mentioned. It must not be a machonista. You as student, you must access it. And we find no reason why it's difficult today when they weaken this system so that they are not favorable for students to access. Together, let's build a powerful socialist movement. The character and the content of direction of national democratic revolution is of fundamental importance as alliance, since the deepening and consolidation of NDR glue us together. But we must assess national democratic revolution as South African Student Congress where it is now. It's at the point of regress where it's not favorable for the working class and the poor because its policy direction are rightward shift. What do we mean by that? Rightward shift means it's not favorable for the working class. The policies are favorable for a class that is not for the poor, which is a capitalist class that will continue to exploit our people. Our NDR, if it's not deterred, will directly take us to socialism. SASCO is an organization that uses Marxism and Leninism as a tool of analysis. Not sure if you are still sticking to your previous resolution, President, of being a Marxist and a Leninist organization. If that is the case, as a Marxist-Leninist student organization, regarding the latter, we will not advise you to do so, comrades. However, indeed, there must be an appreciation of deepening class contradiction, including within, as I conclude, comrade, within the movement itself. Our 15th National Congress, comrade, made assessment in relation to a 22-year-long debate of reconfiguration of alliance and liberation movement being steered to rightward shift policy, hegemony of ideology and neoliberal in the echelon of the mass democratic movement. But as the parties who have resolved on the setting our independent profile, that compromise for years, the crisis of working class representation within the state. The unity of progressive left is very relevant in the current epoch. However, unity is not just a slogan without revolutionary action. There are those who will never understand the need for radical, united, and coherent left working class voice that must reclaim its ground and confront the new liberal policy trajectory in South Africa. The student struggle is not isolated from daily realities of class we represent, including this critical strata. Working together, we can confront austerity measures in TVET colleges, institutions of higher learning. Comrades, no revolution will succeed without discipline, unity as an organization. SASCO must emerge from this policy conference as united and energized. Comrades will not, as per our resolution, tell you what you must do and will not encourage you to take sides with the party because you are an independent organization. But comrades, your conscience will tell you whether you stand with the capitalist class or the working class. The choice is yours as a student activist of our organization. However, as the party will never even a single day tell you what position SASCO must do. We have refused when we're student activists to give any direction, but always we use tools of analysis to read balance of forces on the ground, to read material condition, to assess challenges that we are confronted with as a student movement. And we know, we identify, always we identify who is our class enemy. And when we know our class enemy, we isolate that enemy. That's why we'll never tell you what you do. Comrade President, this moment demands a courage in the terrain where you are. Comrade President, this moment demands a militant and radical student movement that will fight the struggle of students without being tainted, undeterred, unflinching as an organization. You must assert your independent profile as an organization, as a student organization, to fight battles of the student without being influenced by organization and political organization. That is something that will make you to earn respect from South African Communist Party and African National Congress. But if you auction your loyalty to these two organizations, you will never have a respect for this organization. We advise you as the younger generation of the party that you must protect your independence as an organization. The SACP wish you a successful and mature deliberation in shaping this critical sector. Let us build a future where the doors of learning and culture are truly open. Thus, we will call for a second radical democratic breakthrough that will confront structural reform of our economy. Forward with socialist education, forward. Forward with socialist education, forward. Amandla. Thank you.
Amandla. Amandla. The program of the day, comrades. The program of the day was started, comrades, by the opening and address by our South African Student Congress president, which was an inclusion as well, comrades, of the Students' Charter's pledge that was taken by the delegates. The chairperson of Mpumalanga, comrades, that is Comrade Siya Shabalala, welcomed the delegates to Mpumalanga, to the province of tourism, province of electricity and load shedding. After the welcoming by the chair, comrades, we were, of course, expecting, comrades, the TUT operations manager to come and deliver an address. TUT is one of the institutions, comrades, that has produced leaders in SASCO that have led us for many years. After that, comrades, we received the messages, comrades, of the NECs. Hamza, you can't do that, Hamza. Respect us, Hamza. Otherwise, in fact, your name has been submitted to disciplinary committees, Hamza. So you'll be part of the people that will appear on our Monday statements, Hamza, with the outcomes of the disciplinary committee, of course. Message of support, comrades, by our PYA components, comrades, COSAS, ANC Young Women's Desk. I've always thought it's ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk. And this ANC Young Women's Desk. SATU Student Chapter, the Young Commoners League of South Africa, the Youth League of the African National Congress. Of course, comrades, because as one of the pillars of the South African Student Congress, one of them is our international work. We have, of course, our international alliance. Swayoko addressed us, comrades. And in short, our relations in terms of international solidarity. Tomorrow, comrades, we are expecting to be addressed by the African National Congress delegation. Tomorrow, comrades, will be receiving the political update. That, of course, will be delivered by the head of SASCO. You expect the leadership to come forth and brief us on the matters of refreshments. Yeah, that's true. So nonetheless, comrades, that is a program that we're expecting tomorrow. I don't know, comrades, the president will be awarding the province that was the most disciplined today. So that award, comrades, we are leaving it to the president. The president will make the judgment as the head of this, political head of this organization, to make a determination that throughout we've started, which province had behaved in terms of going out, coming in terms of not sleeping, like I see other provinces are sleeping. In terms of empty chairs, of course, there's a province that's going to lose. We can see, comrades, for ourselves. I don't want to name that province, but we can see here. So, comrades, we're going to allow the president to come forth and close the day, comrades. And after closure of the day, Comrade Mangi will be ready to brief us in terms of refreshments. Amandla, Comrade President.
Amandla! Yeah, hold it there, comrades. It's late. The prizes. Okay, look. On Sunday, there'll be a presidency prize to these 3 categories of provinces, so that when you depart to your respective provinces, you smile. I think you are already in the list of the provinces that are misbehaving. This 6 to say, comrades, you need to manage each other. You don't mess up each other, the opportunity to receive the presidency prize. First category, those that portrayed utmost discipline. What is discipline? When we say, let's sit down, we sit down. When there's singing, of course, there's singing. When there's participation in engagements, there's participation in engagements. That is discipline. The second one, a province that proves to have demonstrated a capacity to generate, new songs for the students' movement. We are going to listen and discover that we've not heard this in our campuses. This is new. And we'll only be able to judge it if only that province sings it and we are struggling anyway to follow the tune. And then we'll prize that province that you have the capacity to, to be the masters of the studio. The third category, comrades, the most engaging province. Don't self-ordain yourself. But be confident. I like it. You might be surprised. I have been traveling throughout these campuses. I've seen talented people. Came across articulative, talented people. And I'm sure by the minute, you see tomorrow, there will be these reports that will be read out tomorrow. Huh? You'll be seeing Jews here, people who are here to engage. So, engagement in commissions, but most importantly, engagement in plenary. One of the things that the Deputy President is going to hand out to you tomorrow, because it's a day of engagement, it's going to be the rules of engagement. So that we don't find ourselves as though we are in a pigsty or a kraal. Rules of engagement, so that we can integrate with that. Points of interruptions, all of those things. Those rules are going to be presented properly tomorrow and adopted by Congress, comrades. So those are the three categories: discipline, revolutionary songs, articulative capacity. We are here to re-engineer SASCO. Most important, comrades, I don't intend to be long because I know that you'll be receiving an update on refreshments. It's simple. DP, the National Executive Committee members, I just don't know the logistical impact it bears, because part of the NEC, we have ex-officials that must participate. Maybe provincial secretaries, I don't know, will be excused for this particular exercise. However, the National Executive Committee is going to remain for a National Executive Committee meeting. Comrades. With that said, my comrade, you must go back to your accommodations. Be very much disciplined. We are informed. We have been informed, comrades. There are people who are committing crime out there. I will not tell you what kind of crime. It would be good if you are in a protected environment, but it's an alert we've received because we work with the security cluster of this province, and it's particularly this district. So it'd be good that you go to a safe environment, and that you do not consume, comrades, because you have a responsibility to wake up tomorrow and come and defend your own province. I won't tell you what the price is, but it's something quite weighty, I'm telling you. Now, as we move out of here, you have discussion documents. If you do not have the discussion document of this National Policy Conference, get close to your provincial secretary and ask, why is it that up to now I do not have a discussion document? Because everything that will be discussed tomorrow, as far as commissions is concerned, is going to be taken exactly from that particular discussion, that discussion document you have with you right now. Comrades, we are going to adjourn today's plenary. We are going to adjourn today's plenary. We are going to convene tomorrow, and do not depart as I sit down, because you need to receive. You need to receive this update on refreshments. However, after that, comrades, you must be aware that we are here tomorrow, provincial leaders, regional leaders, leaders of branches, delegates and activists. We are here tomorrow, comrades, by 8:30. It is very much important that we are here. No, comrades. No. It's two options we have. Two options we have. We stay here up until 4 a.m. because the program is too long. Or we wake up early in the morning, 8:30, we are here. I don't think that with the resources the report you'll be receiving tomorrow regarding the resource capitalization that landed us here today, you would think would have taken much of our time for playing. That wouldn't cross your mind. Definitely not unless you are not prepared to continue with this policy conference. You are prepared to continue with this policy conference, you'll abide by the rules that are presented to you by leadership, because you are led. 8:30, we are meeting here tomorrow. No funny business, comrades. Let me hand over to you, Comrade Monk.
Thanks, President. I think mine is very short and I will be very succinct, comrades. First and foremost, let me, through you, TP, applaud all comrades that are in the venue